26th session of the Senate and second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by a distinguished colleague from Davao and Bohol, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. A reading is taken from the Holy Gospel according to Luke. Jesus said to the crowd, "No one who lights a lamp conceals it with a vessel or sets it under the bed. Rather, he places it on a lampstand so that those who enter may see the light. For there is nothing hidden that will not become visible, and nothing secret that will not be known and come to light. Take care then how you hear. To anyone who has, more will be given, and from the one who has not, even what he seems to have will be taken away. Lord, as we gather today, may we choose to share your light, and your light alone. When we discuss and decide on matters that concern the nation, may we do so with a desire to be more like you, humble yet courageous, gentle yet steadfast, just but also loving. Upon our shoulders rests the responsibility to serve your people. In the performance of our duties, Lord, help us to never conceal the goodness that you have planted in our hearts. May we cultivate this goodness so that it will be revealed in every bill and resolution, every piece of legislation that this Congress passes. We also say a special prayer for our colleague, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., who celebrates his birthday today. Bless him so that he may continue to bless others. This we ask in your name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please remain standing as we will be led by the Corazon de Jesus Choir will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyang ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy, sa langit mong bughaw, may dinagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang islap ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning, ang bituin at araw ng kailan pang may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng buwan, hatid pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Session suspended. I'd like to ask the Secretary to please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we also greet our dear colleague, a happy birthday, Senator Bong Revilla Jr. Our dear colleague, Senator Revilla, is also celebrating his 50th year in show business, Mr. President. He was only 7 years old when he started with the beat role in the action film of his father, Senator Ramon Revilla Sr. It was Armando Herrera's Hulihin, si Tiagong Akyat. His many memorable and blockbuster films include Ang Panday, Captain Barbel, Agimat, and Alias Pogi, among others. So we greet our dear colleague, Senator Bong Revilla Jr. A happy, victorious birthday, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to greet Senator Bong Revilla happy birthday. And I am surprised, 50 years in show business. And I have also watched his Panday movies. It's a staple of mine and my wife every Christmas time. Nung ilalabas pa niya yung Panday, nanonood kami ng asawa ko tuwing Pasko. Kasi ano yun eh, that is after Christmas and before New Year's na Metro Manila Film Festival. So congratulations and happy birthday, Senator Bong Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd also like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of our Senate President Zubiri, Mayor Rosario Fernandez, and Councilor Giancarlo Fernandez of San Enrique, Iloilo. We also have with us guests of Senator Gatchalian, Mayor JCD of Kawayan City, Isabela, our good friend, and Punong Barangay Clay D, Miss Nelly King also is here. Guests of Senator Legarda, Mr. President, we'd like to acknowledge the 10 Filipino awardees of the ASEAN Women Entrepreneurs Network held in Jakarta, Indonesia on September 2, 2023. Miss Leia Caringal, Miss Carla Reyes, Miss Rosario Juan, Miss Mayrin Garcia, Miss Jocelyn Mamar, Chef Rhea Sisip, Miss Mary Grace Di Macali, Miss Lisette Laus Velasco, Miss Ana Lagon, and Miss Angeline Tham of Angkas. We also have with us guests of Senator Tolentino, Philippine Institute of Chemical Engineers. They're all here with us. And guests of Senator Tulfo in celebration of National Seafarers Day yesterday, September 24, and World Maritime Day on September 28. We have with us, Mr. President, 31 Filipino seafarers from the Associated Marine Officers and Seamen's Union of the Philippines. Proclamation number 1094, series of 1997, declared every last Sunday of September every year as National Seafarers Day in due recognition of their vital role in the economic growth of the country. In line with this, Mr. President, we'd like to underscore the unwavering support of the Senate in prioritizing and promoting the welfare and rights of our Filipino seafarers. Mabuhay po kayo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat sa lahat po na nandito na bumibisita. Welcome sa inyong Senado. Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2001. This is the bill on the new Philippine Passport Act. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members of September 21, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
Before we act on that measure, I just want to propound the question. How many years in show business has Senator Jinggoy Estrada been in?
Senior moments, Mr. President.
Yes. Parang naalala ko, child actor din yan si Senator Estrada.
Around 40 years, Mr. President.
40 years. Nice, nice. Oh, pinapanood ko din mga pelikula mo nun eh. Pero palagi magagandang romantic yung leading lady ni Senator Estrada. So, let us proceed with no objection to the motion of the good Majority Floor Leader. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act providing for a new passport law, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 8239, otherwise known as the Philippine Passport Act of 1996 as amended, and providing funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2001 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Congratulations to the authors. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2028. This is the bill recognizing the octogenarians, non-genarians, and centenarians. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Proceed with the roll call vote.
An act recognizing the octogenarians, nonagenarians, and centenarians. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2028 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2233. This is the bill on the Public-Private Partnership Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
We skipped Senate Bill number 2224. I know the IPRA,
Yes, Mr.
the
President.
ITA is going
Yes,
to be amended.
Mr. President, we are now
That item number
voting on PPP, Public-Private Partnership Act, Mr. President.
What about the ease of collecting?
We'll do it in a later hour, Mr. President.
Ease of paying taxes pala. Yes, please proceed, Secretary. There be no objections.
An act strengthening public-private partnerships, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2233 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2224. This is the bill on the ease of paying taxes. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
There be no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act introducing administrative tax reforms, amending sections 22, 34, 51, 56, 58, 76, 77, 81, 90, 91, 103, 106, 108 to 120, 128, 200, 204, 236 to 238, 241 to 243, 245, 248, and 269 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2224 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6128. This is the bill on Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca campus. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act establishing in the municipality of Florida Blanca, province of Pampanga, a campus of the Pampanga State Agricultural University to be known as the Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca campus, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6128 is approved on third reading. I'm sorry? Yes, he may manifest as co-sponsor of the measure. Yes, he may. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may I just place on record the desire of our dear colleague Senator Robin Hood Padilla to be co-author of the and co-sponsor of the measure, Mr. President.
Co-sponsor, Senate Bill number
Co-sponsor, Mr.
6128. Yes, we
Of
put
the,
that on record.
Of the bill that we just
the
passed
House
on third
bill.
reading. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6552. This is the bill on Leyte Normal University San Isidro campus. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act converting the San Isidro Satellite Campus of the Leyte Normal University located in the municipality of San Isidro, province of Leyte, into a regular campus of the Leyte Normal University to be known as the Leyte Normal University San Isidro Campus and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions. House Bill number 6552 is approved in third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6553. This is the bill on Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Campus. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Please proceed, Secretary, to the roll call vote.
An act converting the Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Extension Campus in the municipality of Bagak, province of Bataan, into a regular campus of the Bataan Peninsula State University to be known as the Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Campus, appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator
Yes.
Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
There are 20 20 affirmative votes, negative votes, 0, abstention 0. House Bill number 6553 approved on third reading. Majority
Thank you
vote.
very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6704. This is the bill on Benguet State University College of Medicine in La Trinidad, province of Benguet. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the third reading and roll call votes.
An act establishing a College of Medicine in the Benguet State University located in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, to be known as the Benguet State University College of Medicine and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6704 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7087. This is the bill on Southern Luzon State University College of Medicine in Lucban, Quezon. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act establishing a College of Medicine in the Southern Luzon State University main campus located in the municipality of Lucban, province of Quezon, to be known as the Southern Luzon State University College of Medicine and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7087 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7088. This is the bill on University of Eastern Philippines College of Medicine in Catarman, Northern Samar. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. Secretary, please proceed with the roll call vote. The third
An act
reading.
establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Eastern Philippines located in the municipality of Catarman, province of Northern Samar, to be known as the University of Eastern Philippines College of Medicine and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7088 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7090. This is the bill on Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, South La Union Campus College of Medicine. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act establishing a College of Medicine in the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, South La Union Campus, located in the municipality of Agoo, province of La Union, to be known as the Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, South La Union Campus, College of Medicine, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 79 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Tolentino.
an anterior manifestation, after having consulted with the main author, I just realized that I'm closely affiliated with the Don Mariano Marcos La Union Medical School. May I ask that my name be reflected as one of the co-authors, Mr. President?
Yes, co-sponsors, because it's an authored by the House of Representatives. We take note of the manifestation of the gentleman from Cavite. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third and final reading House Bill number 7091. This is the bill on Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Therefore, we ask Secretary to proceed with the third reading of the measure.
Ana converting the campus of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines located in the city of Parañaque into a regular campus of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines to be known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Parañaque City Campus and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 7091 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move to consider in third reading House Bill number 7397. This is the bill on Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine in Ligao, Albay. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of Majority Leader, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
Anak establishing in the city of Ligao, province of Albay, a College of Veterinary Medicine of the Bicol University, to be known as the Bicol University College of Veterinary Medicine and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7397 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider in third reading House Bill number 7398. This is the bill on Southern Luzon State University, Catanawan Campus College of Veterinary Medicine in Catanawan, Quezon. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
There being no objection, motion approved. We ask Secretary to proceed to the third reading vote.
Anak establishing the Southern Luzon State University, Catanawan Campus, College of Veterinary Medicine and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7398 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7412. This is the bill on Visayas State University College of Medicine in Baybay, Leyte. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on September 21, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to proceed with the third reading vote.
An act establishing a College of Medicine in the Visayas State University located in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, to be known as the Visayas State University College of Medicine and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7412 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, last but not the least, definitely, Mr. President, I move to consider on third and final reading House Bill number 7961. This is the bill on the revised Bulacan State University Charter, Mr. President. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members of the Senate on September 21, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act strengthening the Bulacan State University, expanding its curricular offerings and the composition of the governing board and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7961 is approved the third final
Thank
reading.
you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you to all
dear
the
colleagues.
sponsors. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, just to put on record the intention of Senator Robin Hood Padilla to be co-sponsor of the measure of the 11 previously approved measure on third
Measures.
reading.
Thank you very much. We take note of that, and we ask the Secretary to take note of that as
May I
well.
ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Trade is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Mark Villar is recognized.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to reconsider the approval on second reading of Senate Bill number 1846 under Committee Report number 22.
There being no objection to the motion, Mr. Project Leader, is that the motion that you would like to propound?
We have no objection to the motion filed by our dear colleague.
Therefore, without any objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to reopen the period of individual amendments.
Yes, is that also in concurrence with the majority leader?
Yes, Mr. President, we have no objection in the opening of the period of amendments of Senate Bill number 1846.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to make a few minor amendments on Section 29 on penalties. The amendments to be introduced are now based on the clean copy distributed by the Legislative Bills and Index as of September 1, 2023. On page 36, delete entire lines 9 to 12. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
On page 37, delete entire lines 10 to 14. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with no other amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments are closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1846. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 1846 approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1846.
We can actually take it up on third.
May I just ask for a minute suspension,
Session
Mr. President?
suspended.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this being a certified measure, I would like to request the Secretary to read the letter of certification from President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reading of the certified measure.
Malacanang Palace, Manila, 29 May 2023. Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, Senate President, the Philippine Senate, Pasay City. Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Number 1846, an act protecting consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for this purpose the Electronic Commerce Bureau, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, to address the urgent need of the government to implement regulatory measures on electronic commerce transactions in order to strengthen consumer protection against fraud and other illicit activities and promote fair competition and security of business. The bill, if enacted, will build an environment of trust between online merchants and consumers and thus enhance the growth of e-commerce in the country. Best regards, very truly yours, the President of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1846. I so move, Mr. President.
Before we act on that measure, on the motion, we'd like to recognize the Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, this is an unfortunate turn of events, no, that we could have approved this in the normal course of proceeding. But of course, if we have discovered some errors, we need to try our best to perfect our measures here that we have approved on third reading, sana. But unfortunately, we are back to the constitutional provision that the presidential certification can be, in the opinion of this representation, can be issued only for measures which are meant to address public calamity or an emergency, Mr. President. And that's the directive which the President should also comply with from the Constitution. And an Internet Transactions Act, it needs wild imagination, Mr. President, for us to believe that there is a public calamity or an emergency which will be answered by this particular measure. So, with a heavy heart, Mr. President, just to be consistent with our constitutional position, that we do not just issue presidential certification because it is a priority. It might be a priority legislative measure of the President, but it cannot be given the presidential certification of urgency and necessity under the Constitution. So this representation objects to the two readings in one day, which we are actually doing, which we are about to do, Mr. President. So I have an objection, Mr.
Yes, we respect the opinion of our dear Minority Floor Leader, and I believe there is a petition now with the Maharlika Investment Fund to that effect, no? But we also like to put that we can also counter-argue all the scams that are happening now in the internet. Is an emergency. I think lahat po tayo natamaan na ng scam sa internet. So I believe this is a priority. It should be a priority, and therefore we proceed. If there's an objection, we'd like to ask the Majority Leader the pleasure of the voting.
Well, Mr. President, there's a motion by this representation objected to by the Minority Leader to proceed on the consideration of Senate Bill number 1846 on third reading. And so those who are in favor, Mr. President, of the motion of this representation,
Please raise your hands.
we will be raising
Yes.
our hands,
Those
Mr.
who are in
President,
favor of the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, please raise your hands.
for the third reading.
And we'll ask the Secretary to make the count. I can see Sani still discussing with the majority. May I ask for the result of the vote? And those against, please raise your hand. We can see two hands raised for those against.
Nagbibiro lang yun.
With 20 affirmative votes, 2 negative votes, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried, and therefore we proceed with the third reading of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the previous question and consider on third and final reading Senate Bill number 1846. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed, Secretary.
An act protecting online consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for this purpose the Electronic Commerce Bureau, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes.
Pa-clarify lang. SRH po.
With 20 affirmative votes, 1 negative vote, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 1846 is approved on third reading, subject to style for any, I think, styling amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
May we
And,
recognize our distinguished
we'd
colleague?
like to thank our dear colleagues for passing this very important measure. Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. My vote on the measure, important and legitimate, given the rising number of scams and the importance of protecting consumers on digital platforms, does not invalidate the position I share with my minority leader that certifications of urgency should not be given too easily absent emergencies and calamities. For the record, Mr. President. Salamat
We
kaayo.
thank you for that, Minority Leader. Deputy Minority Leader.
The principal sponsor of the measure is also seeking the floor, Senator Mark Villar. I move that he be
Our
recognized.
distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized.
Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the following officers and groups who have equally poured their valuable time and effort into helping us refine this landmark legislation. Together, we achieved the approval of the ITA on its third reading, a great feat for ITA, which has been pending in this chamber since the 18th Congress. To my dear colleagues, our senators who provided us with their consequential suggestions and amendments to specific provisions to ensure that the bill addresses the maximum welfare of both consumers and merchants. And of course, to the Office of Senate President Miguel Zubiri, to the Office of Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, to the offices of Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to the Office of Senator Risa Ontiveros, and the Office of the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, who championed the ITA in the 18th Congress, and all the senators who have also supported this bill. Thank you very much. To the Office of the Secretary, to the Office of the Executive Director for Legislation, to the Senate Legislative Bill Drafting Service, to the Senate Bills and Index Service, and to the Senate Legislative Committee Support Service. I would also like to extend my warmest thanks to the following groups and organizations who offered their significant and monumental suggestions to improve specific provisions that address the two-way protection of the bill stakeholders, the consumers and the merchants. To the Department of Trade and Industry, particularly the E-Commerce Unit and the Fair Trade Enforcement Bureau, to the UP College of Law Digital Freedom Network, and to the UP Technology Law and Policy Program. My gratitude also extends to other stakeholders who dedicated their time, expertise, and experience to guarantee that the ITA is in the best interest of each and every Filipino who is affected by the devious schemes of scammers. Through the ITA, we are looking forward to a scammer-free Philippines. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat to the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I also be allowed to just insert into the records my explanation of vote, Mr. President? This particular measure is also one of our pet bills, Mr. President.
Yes, we
Thank you,
take
Mr.
note
President.
of your
Thank you, Mr.
manifestation.
President. Mr.
Thank you.
President, the principal sponsor of the PPP bill is also seeking the floor, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Senate, good afternoon. I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to the esteemed chamber for its unwavering support in passing Senate Bill number 2233, or the Public-Private Partnership Act, on its third and final reading. It is both a privilege and an honor to have been entrusted with the responsibility of leading this landmark legislation, which stands as a testament to our collective dedication and hard work here in the Senate. I would like to thank and send my deepest appreciation to my esteemed colleagues in the Senate who have contributed significantly to the development of this bill. Number one, of course, our Senate President Pro Tempore, Lauren Legarda, our Majority Floor Leader, Joel Villanueva, our Minority Floor Leader, Coco Pimentel, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Chis Escudero. Further, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, whose unwavering support and dedication have been a constant source of inspiration, pushing us to perform our duties competently and efficiently. And also, I'd like to thank Senator Bong Revilla, who's celebrating his birthday today, the Mother Committee, Committee on Public Works, for allowing me to sponsor this landmark legislation. In addition to recognizing the invaluable contributions of my esteemed colleagues, I wish to acknowledge the diligent efforts and technical expertise of the following, whose tireless dedication and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in refining this bill. Department of Finance, represented by Undersecretary Cathy Fong and Undersecretary Alu Dorotan, along with their dedicated technical staff. The PPP Center, led by Executive Director Maria Cynthia Hernandez, Deputy Executive Director Jeffrey Manalo, and Attorney Fabian Ramos Lacuna, along with their dedicated technical staff.
the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA, represented by USEC Crystal Uy and her dedicated technical staff. Last but not certainly the least, the invaluable support from our Senate Secretariat. Mr. President, this bill stands among the priorities of this administration. It promises to strengthen and revolutionize the way our government approaches public-private partnerships, aligning with the vision to build better more. To our cooperation and support to this measure, we are confident that we are bringing about positive change by forging strong partnership with the private sector and harnessing their invaluable resources for national development. Again, thank you, my dear colleagues. Mr. President, thank you for your support.
Yes, I'd like to make special mention to our sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito. He seems to be our go-to guy when there are difficult measures to be passed. He's the author of the Housing Department. He's also the author of the PhilHealth Law, Universal Health Care Act, and many others. So congratulations, Your Honor. Thank you also for taking up the challenge.
And thank you also to his brother, who's very supportive.
Very
Mr.
supportive.
President.
He just
Yes.
told me just right on the way to the lounge that he really is so proud of his brother.
Yes, Mr.
Senator
President.
J.V. Ejercito.
Mr. President, the principal author of Ease of Paying Taxes would also like to just insert into the records his speech, Mr. President.
Sponsor his thank you speech.
Thank you, speech.
Yeah,
Mr.
we'd like to
President.
also thank the good sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, also another hardworking member of the Senate. And after the LEDAC, I think he has more on his plate for the next few months.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2426. This is the bill on Tatak Pinoy, Proudly Filipino Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill dated September 6, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. There being no objection, we approve the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. And we'd
Thank
like
you.
to recognize the sponsor who is suffering from jet lag still, but will hit the ground running. No other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Sonny Angara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the off-the-cuff remarks, and thank you to our majority leader. With your permission, and the permission of our colleagues, Mr. President, we'd like to begin with the amendment of Senator Legarda, our Senate President Pro Temp. This is on page 2, line 4, the Declaration of Policy, paragraph A, after the phrase "green technology," to add a period and to insert the following sentence: "This shall include employment generation, safe working environment, and supply chain management in the formulation of long-term sustainability criteria." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Next is on page 2, line 13, under section 2, the Declaration of Policy, paragraph D, after the word strategies, to insert a comma and the phrase "including but not limited to targeted sectoral and firm-level support programs," and on the same line to delete the word "established" and to delete the word "theories." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment's approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next is on page 2, section 2, still the Declaration of Policy. These are lines 17 to 18 under section 2, paragraph E, to delete the phrase "and human resource." So move.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
Next, thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, line 21, still the Declaration of Policy under section 2, to insert a new paragraph F and renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly. The new paragraph F to read as follows: "The state shall promote and safeguard the quality of Philippine products and services in both the domestic and global market as a means for encouraging economic growth and consumer and business confidence in Philippine industries." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
Next, Mr. President, is on page 3, still on the same section, the Declaration of Policy, line 21, under section 2, paragraph F, to renumber paragraph F to paragraph G, and on page 2, lines 23 to 24, to delete the term Government Procurement Policy Board, GPPB, and to replace it with Tatak Pinoy Council or TP Council. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, section 2, line 10, paragraph H, to renumber paragraph H to paragraph I, and on page 3, line 11, to delete the word resource and replace it with the word capital. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, lines 3 to 6, to delete the whole sentence starting from "for these purposes" until the word expenditure. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, line 16, under section 3, definition of terms, letter B, to delete the word assets and replace it with the word products. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Next, Mr. President, thank you. On page 4, lines 19 to 20, under section 3, paragraph B, subparagraph II, to delete the whole subparagraph and replace it with any goods, article, material, and supplies produced, manufactured, or assembled in the Philippines which has a minimum local content as may be determined by the TP Council. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, line 21, section 3, paragraph B, subparagraph III, after the word services, insert the word which. And on the same line, to delete the word products and replace it with acts or uses. And on the same line, after the word through, insert the word high level. And on line 22, delete the term knowledge-based activity and insert the phrase knowledge, technology, or process-intensive activities or. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is page 5, line 1, under section 3, paragraph B, subparagraph 4, to delete the word assets and replace it with the word products. And on the same page, lines 2 to 3, delete the phrase starting from such as goodwill until the word copyrights and insert the phrase including but not limited to. And on lines 3 to 4, after the word software, insert the word and delete the phrase licensing, research and development, and the phrase among others. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is page 5, line 6. After the word services, to delete the phrase as Philippine products or services and replace it with the phrase pursuant to the prevailing Tatak Pinoy strategy, TPS. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 5, line 11, under section 3, paragraph C, to delete the words it is and replace with the words they are. And on the same page, lines 12 to 13, delete the phrase based on the probability of co-export of both of the two products and replace it with which is determined by factors such as the similarity of production technologies, the use of common resources, and the transferability of skills and knowledge between industries. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 7, line 17, under section 5, paragraph C, after the word law, insert the phrase local development agency. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 8, lines 4 and 5, under section 5, paragraph E, after the word and, to delete the phrase require submission of industry performance reports in order to identify and address industry gaps and other challenges, and to insert the phrase mandate specific departments and agencies to address gaps and challenges in their respective areas of responsibility constraining the competitiveness, sophistication, and diversification of Philippine products and services, and require the concerned agency heads or their duly authorized representatives to submit progress reports on the actions and initiatives taken to resolve these gaps and challenges at the soonest possible time. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, line 6, under section 5, we move to insert a new paragraph F and renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly, with the new paragraph F to read, encourage and support local government units, LGUs, regional development councils, RDCs, local development agencies, other public sector instrumentalities or clusters that are subnational in scope and coverage, local chambers of commerce, and other reputable private sector groups with subnational constituencies to pursue plans, programs, and projects that enhance the diversity and sophistication of Philippine products and services offered by domestic enterprises as means for spreading economic growth and ensuring more equitable and inclusive development across the country. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Mr. President, on page 8, section 5, after the new paragraph F, to insert a new paragraph G to read as follows: ensure the equitable spread of public expenditures relevant to the fulfillment of the objectives of this Act, and formulate the necessary guidelines for measuring and monitoring thereof, pursuant to section 2 hereof. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, section 5, after the new paragraph G, to insert a new paragraph H and renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly. Such paragraph H to read, ensure local government units incorporate or adopt the TPs in their respective local development plans as may be applicable through the Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, line 17, under section 5, after the word issues, to insert the phrase and propose solutions tailored to the needs of enterprises.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, line 24, under section 5, paragraph L, delete the word resource and replace it with the word capital. And on page 9, line 3, delete the word resources and replace it with the word capital. And on the same line, delete the phrase Tatak Pinoy and insert the phrase the prevailing TPS. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 9, line 4, section 5, after the renumbered paragraph O, to insert a new paragraph P to read as follows: collaborate with reputable public and private universities, public research and development, R&D institutions, other government instrumentalities, and relevant industry stakeholders towards pursuing strategic R&D and technology transfer initiatives that are critical to implementing the TPS and achieving the objectives of this Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 9, under section 5, after the new paragraph P, to insert a new paragraph Q to read, strengthen the development and implementation of policies that would support commercialization and transfer of technology and capacity building between agents of the economy, including multinational companies and international investors and research institutions. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 9, under section 5, after the new paragraph Q, insert a new paragraph R and renumber the succeeding paragraph accordingly. R, collaborate with relevant government instrumentalities and private sector stakeholders to implement joint initiatives for promoting and safeguarding the quality of Philippine products and services. And so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 11, line 13, under section 7, Tatak Pinoy Strategy, after the word country, insert a comma and the following: and for the regions, provinces, cities, municipalities, or other subnational geographic clusters wherever feasible. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 12, line 6, also under section 7, paragraph A, between the words national priorities, comma, and strategic, to delete the comma and insert the word and. And on the same page, line 7, to delete the word creation and replace it with the following: formulation by relevant public and private sector stakeholders. And on line 7 to 8, after the word components, to delete the phrase to improve the supply and production sectors of the economy and insert the following: under each TPS pillar for achieving the aforementioned national priorities and strategic goals pursuant to the objectives of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is on page 12, section 7. This is the Tatak Pinoy Strategy. This is a Senate President Pro Tem Legarda amendment. After the insertions on section 7, paragraph A, to insert the following sentence: the Procurement Service, Department of Budget and Management, PSDBM, shall submit an annual report to the TP Council on the government agencies that procure common use supplies and equipment, CSE items available from the PSDBM, and non-CSE items based on the postings made by agencies at the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, PhilGEPS, as part of the TPS. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, sir. On page 14, line 14, under section 8, paragraph B, after the word requirements, to insert a comma and the phrase such as innovation infrastructure and facilities for advanced research and incubation and national and regional innovation hubs to feature relevant advanced and emerging technology centers. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now on page 14, line 17, under section 8, paragraph C, after the word the, to insert the term Department of Science and Technology, DOST. And on the same line, line 21, on the same page rather, this is page 14, line 21, after the word to insert the following: identify and advance strategic market-driven and customer-centric R&D activities and technology transfer initiatives that are critical to the implementation of the TPS and the achievement of the objectives of this Act, provided that the TP Council shall strengthen the development and implementation of policies that would support commercialization and transfer of technology and capacity building between agents of the economy, including multinational companies and international investors and research institutions, provided further that the TP Council shall And then on the same page, line 24, after the word are, insert aligned and. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 15, line 4, under section 8, paragraph D, after the word SIPP and before the period, to insert the following words. Based on measurable eligibility criteria determined by the TP Council. On page 15, lines 6 to 7, delete the phrase of the implementation of this act and replace it with the phrase from the approval of the first TPS by the President of the Philippines. And on the same page, lines 10 to 12, delete the sentence, the TP Council shall prescribe measurable eligibility criteria for the inclusion of Tatak Pinoy projects and activities in the SIPP. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 16, line 13, under section 9, integration of the Tatak Pinoy strategy, after the word mechanisms, to insert the following sentence. The TP Council, in collaboration with regional development councils, LGUs, local development agencies, and other subnational geographic clusters, shall encourage the development and implementation of local components of the TPS. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 17, line 22, under section 12, domestic preference, after the word to, delete the phrase domestically produced and manufactured products, supplies and materials, and insert the phrase Philippine products. On the same page, line 23, delete the phrase which meets the specified and or desired quality and insert the phrase and services in sectors and economic activities covered by the prevailing TPS subject to the margin of preference to be determined by the TP Council, which should not be lower than the current 15% margin of preference. And still on the same page, Mr. President, line 24, after the word that, to insert the phrase for those not covered by the prevailing TPS and delete the phrase all agencies of the government, including on the same line 24, after the word government, insert the phrase agencies and then on page 18, line 1, after the word instrumentalities, to delete the comma, and after the word to, delete the phrase and be in accordance with, and still on the same page, page 18, lines 2 to 3, delete the phrase its IRR, GPPB guidelines, and DTI guidelines on certification of domestic bidder preference, and insert the phrase otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act and its implementing rules and regulations. And lastly, on page 18, line 6, after the word quantities, insert the following. B, where the specific or desired quality is not met, and renumber the succeeding enumerations accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 19, line 11, under section 14 on market access facilitation, delete the word Tatak Pinoy and replace it with the word Philippine. So move.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 19, line 12, under section 15, green lanes for Tatak Pinoy projects. After the word projects, insert the phrase and exports. And on the same page, line 18, replace the word certification with certifications. On the same page, line 19, delete the word office and replace with the word offices. And still on the same page, line 20, after the word lane, insert a new paragraph which shall read as follows. An export green lane facility shall likewise be established for qualified exporters for advanced processing and clearances of their export requirements, including the importation of critical raw materials and capital equipment under the Bureau of Customs, Food and Drug Administration, and other regulatory authorities. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 20, lines 11 to 15, to delete the entire section 17, development of Philippine products or services, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. So move.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Next, Mr. President, on page 20, we also propose to rearrange section 16 to 19 so that it will now be arranged as follows. Section 16, efficient implementation of the VAT refund. Section 17, information dissemination and awareness campaign. Section 18, implementing rules and regulations. Section 19, appropriations. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 21, line 14, under section 22, amendatory clause, after the word services, insert the phrase covered by the prevailing TPS. On the same page, line 16, after the word act, insert the phrase and its implementing rules and regulations and replace the subsequent word is to are. And still on the same page, line 17, after the word services, insert the phrase and the margin of preference to be determined by the TP Council. On page 21, line 18, after the word procurement, insert the phrase of Philippine products and services covered by the prevailing TPS. And on the same page, line 19, after the word modified, insert the word and. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your
Thank you. All
patience.
amendments are subject to style.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2426. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to also, before we act on the motion, we'd like to ask Secretariat if they can produce a clean copy, and then maybe after an hour or so. Makapal kasi yan dahil may explanation of the insertion or explanation of the position. But yes, it should be fairly easy.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President.
So, there be no objection, motion's approved, the consideration is to suspend.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, move that we take up some privileged speeches. This juncture, Mr. President, may I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao region, no other than our idol, Senator Raffy Tulfo. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from Isabela and Davao region, Senator Idol Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and my dear colleagues. It is with great hope and joy that I say to our seafarers, all hands on deck. Malapit na po tayong dumaong. Matapos ang 15 taon mula nang na-file ang unang panukalang Magna Carta for Filipino Seafarers, kinagagalak ko po na tayo ay nalalapit na sa dulo ng ating paglalakbay. Ang batas na ito ay pasasalamat natin sa ating mga seafarers. And it is but timely that this week we celebrate the National Maritime Week. In 1996, President Fidel V. Ramos issued Proclamation Number 866, Series of 1996, which declared the last Friday of September as National Maritime Day. At that time, our government recognized that the Philippine maritime industry was growing tremendously and is expected to be globally competitive in due time. This came true with the surge of Filipino seafarers being deployed overseas to board foreign registered vessels. Through the years, the global shipping industry has relied on the Filipinos to man their vessels. In 2022 alone, 489,852 Filipino seafarers were deployed. This is 25%. Again, this is 25% of the world's total 1.9 million strong seafarers. With this number comes the incidental benefit to the Philippine economy for the remittances of our seafarers. In 2019 alone, it was estimated that Filipino seafarers remitted $6.5 billion to the Philippines. This is practically 1.7% of the country's GDP that year. And so, I honor our seafarers. My dear seafarers, we know that this will protect the industry that has provided for your families. We will ensure that we will comply with MLC 2006 and STCW as a message to the international community that we are committed to keeping with the highly regulated international standard of the industry. With this law, we have mandated the pertinent government agencies to work on implementation of the provisions of the Magna Carta. And finally, this law will serve as the Bible of our seafarers in knowing and enforcing their rights. And while there are distinctions between overseas Filipino seafarers, domestic Filipino seafarers, and fishers, whether on domestic or international fishing vessels, I guarantee you that we have not forgotten you. I'm working closely with DMW to ensure that your rights, as provided in other international conventions, will be protected. To our fishers, we will pass the necessary laws that will institutionalize your industry, addressing, in particular, the concerns of your craft. But, Mr. President, I stand here before you today, most especially to make a strong stand against ambulance chasing. Ito pong ambulance chasing ang salot sa industriya ng mga seafarers at manning industry. Dahil po dito, sa mga ganid na ambulance chasers, iniiwasan na po ang ating mga magagaling at mahusay na seafarers. Hindi na po tayo ang unang choice ngayon. May mga pagbabanta na po na boboykotin na tayo kapag hindi natin gagawa ng paraan itong ambulance chasing. Ang mahirap po kasi sa manning industry natin, magandang benepisyo pagdating sa death, illness at disability benefits. Umabot po sa $60,000 o 3.3 million pesos ang maaring makuha ng isang seafarer na nagkasakit o nadisgrasya. Ang mga ambulance chasers po ay pinaproject ang mga seafarers. Kasabwat ang mga doktor, mga abogado, at mga arbiters upang mapilit ang seafarer na magsampa ng kasong wala namang basihan. At kapag nakuha na nila ang parte nila, pag nanalo na sa NLRC o NCMB level, sila ay naglalaho na parang bula. Kapag nabaliktad ang desisyon at kailangan ibalik ang reward, as of 2022, may 2.576 billion pesos na hindi na ibalik na halaga sa mga manning industry. Sa tulong po ng DMW at ng mga representante ng mga seafarers at ng ilang manning agencies, ako po ay may amendment na ipapasa sa Magna Carta upang ayusin ang problema ng ambulance chasing. Ang escrow po ay stopgap measure, isang band-aid solution na hindi magtatagal. Nais ko pong ayusin ang problema sa ugat nito upang tunay ng matugis ang ambulance chasing. I will propose a system of determining the disability grading by accredited DOH doctors who have been trained in maritime disability grading. This process shall be mandatory before any case could be filed. The findings of this doctor shall be final and binding upon the parties. Ayon po sa mga nakausap ko, ito ang mas mabisang paraan upang matigil na po ang ambulance chasing. Ito ang regalo ko sa ating mga seafarers ngayong National Maritime Week. A protection to the industry that they love, the industry that has taken care of them and their families. I hope to get the support of my colleagues on this amendment and on the passing of this bill into law. Malapit na po tayo. Let's all look forward and see a better future for our seafarers. Thank you, Mr. President and my dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation on behalf of our seafarers, Mr. President? Just very brief, Mr. President. Isa pong mayabong na pagpupugay sa ating mga masisipag na marino ngayong National Seafarers Day. We have been celebrating this memorable day for 28 years already, Mr. President, in recognition of the Filipino seafarers' invaluable contribution to our society and to our economy. Mr. President, it is not a secret how our sea-based OFWs kept our economy afloat. Based on data from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, our country received cash remittances of 3.809 billion US dollars from January to July of 2023. And aside from monetary contribution, our seafarers continue to be exemplary models in the international maritime industry. In fact, Mr. President, when this representation met with our counterparts in the French Parliament, which you were part of, Mr. President, last year, they spoke highly of the dedication and work ethic of Filipino seafarers working in European vessels. Kaya most sought after sila, Mr. President. At bilang sukli sa kayod marino, nating mga manggagawang marino, isinusulong po natin ang panukalang batas para sa ikagaganda ng kanilang estado sa buhay at trabaho katulad ng Magna Carta of Seafarers. Hindi rin po natin tinatantanan ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno pagdating sa mga nakalatag na programa para sa continuous skills training ng ating seafarers at European Maritime Safety Agency o EMSA audit compliance. So muli, Ginoong Pangulo, as part of our advocacy in fighting for the rights of our workers, we reiterate our commitment in advancing for the welfare of our Filipino seafarers. And in line with this, we thank the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for taking the cudgels, Mr. President, in ensuring that we take good care of our seafarers. Muli, happy National Seafarers Day. Mabuhay po ang ating mga seafarers.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I would like to associate myself to the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo and our Majority Leader. Indeed, the maritime industry is one industry that our country can dominate. I remember clearly one time when I went to Greece and then yung cruise ship nagpark. Nung lumabas na yung mga crew, para pong nasa Metro Manila na ako because almost 70% of the crew, almost 80% of the crew members of that ship are Filipinos. From the people who maintain the ship, from people who cook the food, everyone's Filipino except for the captain na lang, Mr. Chairman, Majority Leader. So I wish there'll come a day that we will man completely everything from the maintenance crew all the way to the captain. And this is an industry that we should cultivate and protect because it's a shining industry for our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech and the manifestations thereon of and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Migrant Workers. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Pwede. Ako na muna. Sige. All right.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2034 under Committee Report number 62. This pertains to the Reserve Officers Training Corps Act, ROTC Act, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellations and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate Senator Win Gatchalian. So move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa and Senator Gatchalian are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the good sponsor willing to take a few questions, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
From the onset, Mr. President, let me express my full support to the committee report that the good sponsor brought to the floor. Indeed, this is a well-thought-of, well-designed ROTC bill that is aimed to cultivate discipline as well as protect the rights of our students in our schools, Mr. President. So I commend the good sponsor for coming up with a well-thought-of and a very comprehensive bill on the revival of the ROTC. Mr. President, I just have a very few basic questions, and this is aimed to enlighten the body as well as to enrich the records. As we all know, what year was that? NSPP 2001. When they canceled the... As we all know, Mr. President, ROTC is nothing new to our country. In fact, a lot of us born in the 60s, 70s, and even 80s experience ROTC. However, in 2001, ROTC was removed, and instead it was replaced by NSTP, Mr. President. And there were a lot of complaints at that time, as we all know. I don't want to again repeat the stories during that time. I think we were all privy to what happened. So I just want to ask the good sponsor, Mr. President, with this revival of the ROTC, we are now reviving an old program, but promising our constituents that this will be better and much well-designed. I would like to ask the good sponsor, what is new to this new revived ROTC, and how can this new revived ROTC improve or help our students in their development?
Mr. President, thank you for that question, Mr. President. The newest addition to our recent version of the ROTC program, Mr. President, is that in this measure, we have here Section 15, which states that establishment of ROTC grievance board. There is hereby established an ROTC grievance board in every ROTC unit that shall receive complaints or motu proprio conduct investigation on any complaint or allegation of abuse, violence, or corruption in any educational institution. Implementing this act, which shall be composed of 5 members. Number 1, the school president or his/her representative, where the ROTC unit is located as chairperson of the board. Number 2, a representative from the CHED regional office to be designated by the CHED chairperson. Number 3, a representative from TESDA regional office to be designated by the TESDA Director General. And number 4, the commandant from the AFP to be designated by the Secretary of National Defense. And number 5, a representative from the provincial or city local government unit where the ROTC unit is located. The grievance board shall function as an independent investigative body which shall formulate the recommendation to the proper disciplinary authority that has jurisdiction over the respondent, depending on whether the said respondent belongs to the military, for which purpose the articles of war shall be employed. In case of school officials or employees of HCIs and TVIs, the provisions of RA number 6713, otherwise known as the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, and other relevant laws on the matter shall be applied. This is without prejudice to administrative cases that may be filed pursuant to the Civil Service Rules for public officers and employees involved in complaint, Mr. President. That's very reassuring, Mr. President. This particular provision, we can see in the future that the future implementation of the mandatory ROTC would be free from abuse, corruption, and other malpractices, Mr. President, because of the presence of this grievance board.
Thank you, Mr. President, for elaborating the mechanisms that will protect our students. Indeed, Mr. President, there are a lot of questions and also fears from our parents and also students that what happened in the past might reoccur, no, with this revive ROTC. And this is a justifiable emotion, Mr. President. And that's why I am happy to hear that in the law there's a built-in mechanism through the ROTC Grievance Board that will protect the welfare of our students and ROTC cadets, as well as it will be a functioning board that will be cascaded to every ROTC unit, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may add, additional feature of this mandatory ROTC program is the provision, which provides for because the perennial problems of the parents in complaining against the ROTC program is that the uniform is very hard to or very pricey for them. So we deem it proper to include a provision in this measure that would provide one set of uniform for free to the students enrolled in the first year of the ROTC curriculum. So when we say one set of uniform, that includes the combat boots, the pants, the upper garment, and the cap, Mr. President. So libre po yan, kaya hindi na problema yung ating mga, including the belt, Mr. President. That would cost around 3,500 per student.
Thank you, Mr.
3,050. 3,050.
3,050 per set, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that, and thank you for including the uniforms. Indeed, that's actually one of the things that is holding back our cadets and our students. Of course, being a student they have a lot of things. No? They have a lot of expenses for their day-to-day and for their academics, and it's good to include the uniform set as an incentive for them to come in.
With the indulgence of Senator Gatchalian, Senator
Yes, go ahead.
Tolentino
Yes, if I may
wants to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may interject, perhaps the good sponsor can share with the gentleman from Valenzuela the exchanges made during the DOST budget hearing, wherein the DOST, was it a fiber institute, promised to develop some textile materials coming from indigenous materials that can be utilized by the ROTC program. Just for the record, Mr. President, coming from the good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to thank Senator Tolentino for that interjection because during the hearing of his committee, subcommittee on the Department of Science and Technology, I was given the assurance by one of the undersecretaries that he will coordinate with the DTI for the development of this fabric, locally produced fabric that would be very durable and very presentable as far as uniform of the ROTC program. If we can remember, Mr. President, during our time, I'm not including your time, only my time because I'm quite older than you. But siguro, inabutan mo rin, Mr. President, that we used Ramitix. Ramitix is Ramitix tile. That was very, very low in price, but very durable and very presentable fabric.
Yes,
Ramitix na patig, Mr. President.
I remember that during CAT days, but
Yeah.
that ramis, very itchy, Your Honor, especially when you're sweaty.
But if you just iron it properly, Mr. President, okay na yun. Hindi na
With the
makati.
indulgence of Senator De La Rosa, our Senate President pro tempore, we should have the floor.
Yes,
Yes,
with
thank
the
you.
permission of both the interpellator and the sponsor, since you're talking about the utilization of Philippine fabric, allow me to put on record, Mr. President, of Republic Act 9242 in my first term in 2004. It was enacted into law. That was my measure, and that's called the Tropical Fabric Law. And it mandates all government officials, personnel, staff to wear Philippine textiles. And so the sponsor is correct in wearing piña cloth. The interpolator, Senator Gatchalian, is also correct. I'm not sure if that's Philippine cotton, but it's a barong. And thank you to Senator Tolentino that he is wearing a barong. I'm not sure what kind of textile it is. From Baras Rizal, and the presiding officer as well from San Juan, as well as our Sergeant at Arms and many of us here. Because the Tropical Fabric Law, if we utilize it, even our Deputy Minority, pag ginagamit po natin ang batas na ito, talaga magkakaroon ng kabuhayan ang ating mga lokal na komunidad. Rural, sustainable livelihoods will boost the local economy if this Tropical Fabric Law of 19 years ago will be implemented. So I'm glad that you mentioned the utilization of Philippine fabric in the ROTC program, which can bring about millions in revenue for not just the weavers, but even our farmers who plant banana, pineapple, cotton, abaca, and many more. And even the utilization of waste products that we think are waste, the water lily, even the dye from our plants and our trees can be used. So yun lang po muna. I will interpolate during my time, but thank you to Senator Gatchalian for giving me the time to be able to interject this into the record. Thank you, Mr. President.
And, Mr. President, if I may add, the one that was presented, that was promised to us by the Philippine Textile Philippine Textile Research Institute under the DOTC, DOST, is to develop prototype for ROTC students. And they promise that this will be very durable because it will be made of pineapple. We have a lot of pineapple plantation in Mindanao that can provide the raw materials, Mr. President. And hindi actually barong material, Mr. President, but it's more of a rugged cloth. Can be used for for military purposes. And if I may, Mr. President, the breakdown of the 3,050 pesos for the uniform is maybe bababa pa ito, Mr. President, because the BDO with cap, belt with buckle ay 1,500. At kung ito yung locally manufactured, sabi sa atin ng taga DOST ay baka bababa pa yung presyo nito. So that's a good news for us, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And definitely that's an incentive. It might cost just 3,000 per student, but definitely that will help defray a lot of the day-to-day expenses of a student, from projects to dormitories to food, and it will encourage and bring down the barriers to entry for ROTC. And talking about incentives, Mr. President, I think no other person knows ROTC incentives other than Senator Francis Tolentino. I think he's been promoting ROTC Olympics and ROTC pageant. And I think that's encouraging. That's actually bringing down to the grassroots the benefits of ROTC and also the knowledge of what ROTC is. And I have seen a lot of the photos that Senator Tolentino posted in our group, and I think that's it looks quite interesting on how ROTC can be promoted in different ways, not only in schools but also in informal ways such as Olympics and pageants.
Yes, Mr. President, just yesterday, I was invited by Senator Tolentino to be the guest of honor and speaker during the closing ceremonies of the Luzon leg of the 2023 National ROTC Games that was held at Cavite State University. And you can just, I went there, I observed the happenings, Mr. President, and it was just like a UAAP event, Mr. President. Very highly competitive, and the esprit de corps, the camaraderie among all ROTC units all over Luzon was very evident, and everyone was so happy with their win or loss. They really love that event, Mr. President, and I was there yesterday to witness that event.
Well, Mr. President, when I saw the pictures, we're a member of that Viber group. When I saw the pictures, the first thing that came to my mind is you can promote ROTC in a non-militaristic way. No? Not only marching, and people have that military notion that ROTC is purely military, but you can do it in a non-militaristic way, quite informal. No? For example, the games, the pageants, the Q&A. I think these are soft approaches in introducing or reintroducing ROTC to our youth and to our colleges. And I'm very interested. Maybe one day I can join Senator Tolentino in one of those ROTC events so that we'll get some grassroots information about or grassroots feedback about ROTC.
Is Senator Tolentino is seeking the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. Definitely hearing from the remarks coming from the gentleman from Valenzuela, we will make him the chief judge of the Miss ROTC event within the next few weeks, Mr. President.
He will fit the billing so well, Your Honor, because he's the most eligible bachelor here in the Senate.
And knowing his acumen for details, perhaps, Mr. President, he will fit the job indeed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The presiding officer can give the grand prize, Mr. President. No? Because he's also I think, a supporter of ROTC. Well, Mr. President, going back to a few clarificatory questions, Mr. President, on the issue of safeguards and protection, Mr. President. I appreciate that the grievance board is now embedded in law, and this is a good mechanism to address abuses and violence, and and there's also a time frame that was indicated here, because most of the time, Mr. President, the investigations end up nowhere. So I saw in the law, it's embedded already a time frame that the grievance committee should follow in order to address all of this violence and abuses in their schools. So, Mr. President, that's a good introduction to the bill, so that we will not repeat issues that were prevalent in the past. And, Mr. President, I would like to ask a good sponsor, Mr. President, on another topic on information campaign. The grievance board is addressing abuses or what happened already. How about proactive? No, Mr. President, is there a mechanism to educate schools, educate our trainers, educate parents and students, no, in terms of their rights, in terms of their privileges, and also the process in the process in tapping into this grievance mechanism, Mr. President. So, in other words, Mr. President, is there a proactive mechanism wherein parents are educated on where to go, what to do in cases of these things will happen? And also to prevent, let's say, cases of hazing or cases of maltreatment. Is there a mechanism, a proactive mechanism to that effect, Mr. President?
Well, as far as this measure is concerned, Mr. President, there is no mention about the proactive campaign, but I am sure during the crafting of the IRR, that will be included by the implementers of this program, Mr. President. But there is one thing, Mr. President, that is specifically stated in this measure, Mr. President. That is Section 13, regarding the training instructors capacity development and enhancement program. Because noon, sabi natin, kaya yan, nagkabuhol-buhol yung ROTC program dahil kung sino-sino na lang nilalagay na instructors dyan at hindi maganda yung pagka-implement. Now, we cannot say the same thing again because there is hereby established a training program for training instructors to ensure that they meet the highest physical and moral standards to teach and carry out the basic ROTC program. The instructors program shall be jointly developed and administered by the DND in coordination with the CHED, TESDA, and in consultation with stakeholders concerned. A comprehensive training manual shall be developed for the conduct of these trainings, incorporating, among other things, gender-appropriate awareness, familiarity with relevant domestic laws, and international obligations necessary and appropriate to guarantee the integrity and the high standard of morality for the implementers of the basic ROTC program. So, nakalagay po yan, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Indeed, in Section 13, it's stated here that the trainers are obligated to be familiar with relevant domestic laws. That means anti-hazing law, anti-violence law, and all other laws that will protect the interest of our students and cadets. They're actually even obligated to to learn international obligations. These are the international treaties and the international rights that our country has entered into in so far as the protection of the youth and also promoting the welfare of our youth, Mr. President. So it's embedded broadly in Section 13, Mr. President. At the proper time and with the permission of the good sponsor, maybe we can introduce an amendment to make it more explicit, no? Meaning the trainers, the schools should be proactive. No? They should promote anti-violence, anti-hazing. They should promote what are the rights of our students, what are the processes that they can tap into in cases these things arise. So with the permission of the good sponsor, at the proper time, we can introduce an explicit provision that will help in the education of our parents and schools, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, this sponsor is hoping that the good gentleman from Valenzuela can provide us with the necessary amendments to make the measure very effective and very foolproof, Mr. President.
With the indulgence of the sponsor and Senator Gatchalian, Senator Otiveros is seeking the floor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Just a request na umakyat kasi yung nag-roll up yung screen.
Yes.
Kung pwede lamang ibaba ulit para mapanood ng buo yung interpellation. Yun lamang po. Salamat, Mr.
Technical,
President.
please. Sorry because we requested, but it's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Okay.
it's okay, Mr. President, kung ganon. It's okay po. It was the presiding officer who requested to roll it
Yeah,
up.
earlier. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Ayan na po.
Okay,
No problem.
salamat po, Mr. President.
So that the audience can see the whole proceedings.
Hey, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to also inquire from the good sponsor, although it's already written here as part of the program of instruction, but I would like to put it in a layman language on what are the new concepts and the new philosophies that we will introduce in this revived ROTC, Mr. President. Of course, there are still a lot of skeptics, to be honest about it. People are saying that baka lang pareho lang to dun sa dati. But I understand from my reading of the proposed measure that there'll be a lot of innovations other than the grievance committee, but also in the actual program. So I would like to ask a good sponsor, what are the unique or the innovation in terms of principles and concepts that we are introducing in the ROTC, and what is our objective at the end of the training? What to expect from our cadets to learn, and what do we expect from them to bring to their lives later on?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. Actually, Section 5 here states that basic ROTC program curriculum, the DND, CHED, and TESDA, in consultation with other relevant government agencies and private stakeholders, including associations of schools, shall design and formulate the program of instruction, or POI, of the basic ROTC, and be guided with the following purposes and objectives. Number 1, to provide basic military and police training for students in order to motivate, train, organize, and utilize for national defense preparedness or civil military operations and law enforcement. Letter B, to enhance the students' consciousness in the ethics of service, patriotism, nationalism, respect for human rights, appreciation of the role of national heroes in the historical development of the country, strengthen ethical and spiritual values, and develop personal discipline and leadership. Letter C, to reinforce in the students the values of civic-mindedness, volunteerism, and genuine service to others in order to be active participants and volunteers for the development and improvement of ecology and environmental protection, human and civil rights awareness, and law enforcement. And letter D, to provide the students with practical and applicable knowledge and skills that are necessary, essential, and ideal for survival and providing service in times of emergency and disasters, including disaster response operations, skills for search and rescue and relief operations, and early recovery activities. To summarize, Mr. President, there are 4 objectives of this ROTC that should be met by the program of instruction of the mandatory ROTC program. Number 1 is national defense preparedness. Number 2 is emergency and disaster preparedness. Number 3, patriotism, nationalism, and respect for human rights. Number 4, civic-mindedness, volunteerism, Mr. President. So yung 4 na yan na objectives, Mr. President, should be met, should be achieved by the POI of this program, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hindi po marcha-marcha lang, Mr. President. Hindi yung sinasabi na sige lang marcha-marcha, sigaw-sigaw, command-command. Very clear po dito sa ating gagawing POI na very diverse, very comprehensive yung magiging program ng ROTC, Mr. President.
And indeed, Mr. President, I fully agree with the keyword preparedness, Mr. President. A lot of us want to help. In fact, a lot of us are prepared to help. but knowing how to help is another question, Mr. President.
Yes.
And that's why I agree that the training will provide the skills and the knowledge in order to be prepared so that in any eventuality, whether it's for national events or for emergency, we're ready and we know how to respond, Mr. President. I remember when I was a mayor, Mr. President, when Undoy in 2009 struck, a lot of people want to volunteer, but they don't know what to do, no, because they lack skills. And I remember that people would go to the to City Hall, they would like to help, but simple CPR, simple first aid, they don't know how to do, to implement. And so, Mr. President, I realized that preparedness is an ongoing concern. You have to keep on preparing. And that's why, Mr. President, the term preparedness here is a very important word because we have to keep on preparing ourselves, our youth, even ourselves, Mr. President. We have to keep on preparing for any eventuality. That's why, Mr. President, I again acknowledge that the program of instruction framework is complete and is responsive to the times, Mr. President.
With the indulgence of Senator Gatchalian and our sponsor, likewise, if I may add, these ROTC cadets can become force multipliers, no, in terms of disaster and other needs. No? So
Yes.
Senator Tolentino may
Thank you, Mr.
is also
President.
seeking the
With
floor.
the permission of the two gentlemen, perhaps, Mr. President, relevant to the question of the gentleman from Valenzuela, may I know from the good sponsor if the changes in the current ROTC program, though optional, would be geographically relevant? I raised this point, Mr. President, because there has got to be a spatial SPITILLAY connectivity, because, Mr. President, in our desire to have this program changed, I think there has got to be a total overhaul likewise of the existing program being offered by higher educational institutions. For instance, to make them more relevant, if you're an educational institution situated in Zambales or in Leyte or in other coastal areas, your ROTC program should be Navy ROTC. If you're an institution, for instance, such as the University of Baguio or the Kalinga State University, you have got to have an Army ROTC program. If you're situated near Air Force bases, you should offer Air Force ROTC program. Because from my current readings, Mr. President, there are some institutions not geographically relevant insofar as the ROTC program is concerned. So to make them more relevant to what the good sponsor is saying about disaster preparedness, the location should be likewise linked with the ROTC program being offered, Army, Air Force, Navy. And I'm referring to the geographical unique situation of the Philippines being an archipelago. Mas marami po dapat ngayon Navy kasi ngayon, kahit tingnan natin, ang dami talaga Army. Puro Army. Pero kung titingnan natin yung ating coastline, ay mas marami dapat sa Navy. So my question is this, will it include a total overhaul of the existing optional ROTC program, or will it now be, will the Commission on Higher Education, through the law, now allow the universities offering the optional program to change, to make it more relevant to their location, so to speak, Mr. President? Pwede pa bang baguhin dahil kung ikaw ay nasa, yung nabanggit ko, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
To make it attuned with reality. And I thank
Yeah.
the good sponsor as well, the gentleman from Valenzuela, for giving me the time.
Yes, Mr. President, due considerations are in order as far as your ideas are concerned, Mr. President, because it's a very practical idea. It's very pragmatic. Why if you are a university in, say for example, in Benguet, why are you going to offer naval ROTC? You don't have, there's no sea, there is no coastline in Benguet, so it's quite, unrealistic. So maybe, Mr. President, we will meet with the proponents of this bill and make the proper consideration for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, the presiding officer was a former local chief executive. Senator Tolentino was a former chief executive. So they know how it feels when you have force multipliers. We're happy, but they're not trained force multipliers.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between a trained force multiplier and an untrained force multiplier. So I can see that part of the goal of the ROTC program is to, again, inculcate preparedness, both in terms of mindset as well as in skills and knowledge, Mr. President. A detail, Mr. President, that I want to propound, Mr. President, is in the same section 6, there's also a proviso here for foreign citizens, Mr. President, and they should undergo specialized program, Mr. President. So in other words, and we have a lot of foreign students studying, in our universities here, and we should be proud of this because they at the same time learn English and learn their technical knowledge. So, Mr. President, I'd like to ask a good sponsor what he envisions this specialized program would be, and how it is different to the ROTC program that we are bringing back for our youth.
Mr. President, foreign students will undergo a specialized program that would deepen their understanding and appreciation of the Philippines, its people, society, culture, and government to harness their potential as bridges to improve their country's relationship with the Philippines. However, they will not be part of the AFP Reserve Force. This will not exactly involve the same type of training given to Filipino citizens. We can utilize the special program under this bill to make foreign students in the Philippines better appreciate and understand our country. These students would eventually be the leaders of their countries, and it would be good that we start making them allies of the Philippines this early, Mr. President. So, in the interest of parity also, Mr. President, if you are a foreign student, I am a local student, we are vying for the top honors. In the spirit of parity, that would be unfair for me if every Saturday, instead of studying at home, I will be marching in the field. And you, being a foreign student, you are doing nothing. Just concentrate on studying. So, lugi ako, Mr. President. So, bigyan rin kita ng trabaho. Hindi lang kasing intensive, hindi lang kasing rigorous dito sa ginagawa natin na ROTC program. Pero at least meron silang ginagawa.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would get it that the aim of this specialized program is for foreign students to develop a deeper sense or a deeper understanding of the Philippines, our culture, and of course, everything that comes with it, Mr. President, so that when they go back to their own countries, they will be sort of the promoters of our country, Mr. President.
Our linkage, Mr.
Our
President.
linkage, Mr. President. And I support this concept, Mr. President, so that those students who are studying here will not only learn English and go back because they can go speak English, but they go back with a deeper understanding of our country, Mr. President, and hopefully be our like what you mentioned in the law, be our bridge to more productive activities. For example, investments, people-to-people exchanges, education. So these are things that we can already take advantage while they're here. No? Because
Yes,
they're
Mr.
already here, Mr. President. Nag-aaral na sila dito, and we should take advantage of their presence while they're here studying. Can I see that survey?
Yeah.
And Mr. President, my last question revolves
Yeah,
around...
Mr. President, if I may, before you continue your
Mr.
question, Mr.
President.
President, the total number of foreign students here as being sourced from CHED for academic year 2019 to 2020, 12,000. For academic year 2020 to 2021, 24,000. For academic year 2021 to 2020, 24,500. And for academic year 2022 to 2023, bumaba, Mr. President, to 18,635. Baka this is effect pa ito ng pandemic, but we hope that mag-increase ito.
Yes, Mr. President, just imagine we have 24,000 bridges.
24,000.
No? Because they serve as an individual bridge towards different countries. No? And,
Yes, Mr. President.
We need all the help that we can get in order to attract investments, attract potential skills exchange, anything that will improve the standing of our country is highly welcome, Mr. President. So I support this, Mr. President, and again, I commend the good sponsor for including this specialized program.
Mr. President, if the
Yes, as
indulgence
Dr.
of
Tinas
the
recognized.
two gentlemen, is the good sponsor aware of any ROTC program wherein Filipino students are allowed to join internationally by just showing the appropriate visa, as long as you're enrolled in a certain course, for instance, in the United States?
Well, we don't have the record, Mr. President, right now, and but we're ready to make the proper research, Mr.
I
President.
think the answer would be in the affirmative. In the
Affirmative.
United States, you can join the US ROTC program as long as you have a student visa.
Okay.
But you're disqualified from being commissioned. But you can be part of the ROTC program.
That's good, Mr.
So
President.
imagine, Mr. President, if you have that 12,000 plus students joining the Philippine ROTC program, and that will jive with the current CHED initiative to allow foreign graduates who took up medicine in our medical schools to take the medical board exams and eventually practice medicine here in the Philippines because we have a shortage of doctors. So more or less, these are all related, Mr. President. So I thank the good sponsor for including that provision.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
thank you, Mr. President. And lastly, Mr. President, I know that the good sponsor is a well-respected police officer, and he has served our country for a very, very long time. And I know that he also graduated from the prestigious Philippine Military Academy, and his knowledge and wisdom on law and order and also on these matters cannot be questioned, Mr. President. So I'd like to ask good sponsors' personal opinion, because in the last period of interpellation, we raised that survey, and I furnished the good sponsor that survey. I'd like to flash the survey, that 78% of our constituents agree to bring back ROTC to our colleges, Mr. President. I would like to get his personal opinion on why there's overwhelming support on the revival of ROTC in our colleges. Based on his experience, based on his consultation with the students and also constituents, I would like to get his opinion on this matter, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, I didn't have the personal experience of asking all these people one-on-one, but I can only surmise, Mr. President, and I think this is a safe presumption that one of the main reasons is that nakikita na ng mga parents na the Filipino youth of today are starting to lose some degree of discipline, Mr. President, and they want to restore discipline in the ranks of our youth. So, maybe magalit sa akin yung ibang mga kabataan ngayon, but that is really a prevailing sentiment among the parents, Mr. President, and even the youth themselves, because 78% is across the board. Mr. President. So, pati mga kabataan din dyan ay naitanong rin. So, nakikita nila. And another reason, Mr. President, maybe with the, the prevailing geopolitical situations prevailing right now in the West Philippine Sea and the Ukraine-Russian war, and also the impending threat of Taiwan. Maybe people are starting to realize, pag ito'y nagkagulo, ang gulo na ito'y umaabot sa atin, anong suporta maibigay natin bilang ordinaryong mamamayan sa ating military kapag sila'y na-engage o sila'y na-commit sa problema. And another reason, Mr. President, as stated in our objective, yung ating disaster preparedness. Philippines is located in a disaster-prone location, Mr. President. And every now and then, we experience calamities and disasters. So, siguro, nakita ng mga Pilipino na kailangan natin palaging handa. Ang disaster, when it strike, hindi yan namimili, bata man o matanda, babae o lalaki, ang baha, hindi namimili ng kanyang mapipinsala. Lahat tayo tatamaan. So it's better, iba na ang may alam, iba na ang handa kapag dating sa sakuna, Mr. President. So dapat laging handa tayo. So that's just my personal opinion, Mr. President.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. That's why in my preamble I mentioned that the good sponsor cannot be questioned when it comes to experience, wisdom, and governance, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, Mr. President. In that survey, that survey also asked the reasons why our constituents want to bring back ROTC, and you're absolutely correct, Mr. President, that almost 71% of our constituents said young people will learn discipline and responsibility. And then 60% said train students so that they are prepared to defend the country. I think it's in the slide also, Mr. President. So those two reasons that you mentioned, Mr. President, are the exact two reasons that were mentioned in the survey, Mr. President. And I think the realities are settling down and settling in, Mr. President, that we need to bring back and strengthen discipline among our youth and also among our constituents, Mr. President. And that's a desire that we all yearn, Mr. President. And that's a tool to reach that discipline, Mr. President, is through this ROTC program that is well crafted and well designed, and most especially mechanisms to protect the welfare and the rights are also embedded in the law, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to be honest about it, hindi ko po nabasa yung presentation mo na yan. Baka
Mr. President,
nabasa ko. Hindi ko nabasa yan. That's just based, my opinion was based merely on my pure mere speculation,
correct, Mr. President. Yung pulso, no? Yung pulso nyo is more accurate than or exactly the same what the survey is saying, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Just one question with the permission of both gentlemen. I can address now this to the gentleman from Valenzuela. Perhaps, Mr. President, the spike in the survey, I'm just speculating, can be attributed to what is happening right now, especially in the West Philippine Sea area. So, Mr. President, the collective sense of the youth probably can be attributed to the question of what can they do. So, Mr. President, if the sponsor would allow, during the period of amendments, to include provisions that would encapsulate climate change mitigation, coral reefs protection, and perhaps preservation of the marine ecosystem, it would probably resonate to those who would want to join the Navy ROTC. Ito po yung mga kabataan na mahilig sa dagat, maglinis ng ating coastal shores. At yung nakakaunawa na ngayon na nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea, tulungan yung ating mangingisda, protektahan yung ating mga corals. Siguro po, ganun ang ibig sabihin nun. If I can just speculate, I'm now referring this to the gentleman from Valenzuela. Kaya baka po lumaganap yung sasali sa Naval ROTC. Kasi mahilig, yun ang focus natin ngayon, yung karagatan, Mr. President. Perhaps just one of the reasons why there's a spike in the interest of our youth. Thank you to the both gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to reinforce the statement of our dear colleague from the good gentleman from Cavite, Mr. President, one of the objectives under letter C is to reinforce in students the values of civic-mindedness, volunteerism, genuine service to others in order to be active participants and volunteers for the development and improvement of ecology and environmental protection, human and civil rights awareness, and law enforcement. So I'm sure the good gentleman from Cavite will get the support from Senator Loren Legarda as far as all these issues are concerned.
Yes, Mr. President. Maybe next time we can include ROTC green version, so that they can do some environmentally friendly projects, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, that concludes my queries, and I thank the good sponsor for responding to these representations. Some clarificatory questions, and again, I commend the good sponsor for coming up with a comprehensive bill on the revival of the ROTC. Maraming salamat, good sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2034. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this point, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate, and with that, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments and open the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, Senator Rafi Tulfo, for individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized, the sponsor of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor and privilege to open the period of amendments for Senate Bill 2221 under Committee Report number 69. May I now introduce my individual amendments, taking into consideration the proposed amendments of Senators Loren Legarda, Risa Ontiveros, Coco Pimentel, and Joel Villanueva. On page 2, Mr. President, the first individual amendment adopted by this committee was introduced by Senator Loren Legarda. On page 2, after line 9, under section 2, add a new paragraph which shall read as follows. The state shall likewise ensure that appropriate actions are imposed for violations of human rights at sea, that effective sanctions shall be adopted in deterring future abuses and ensuring that those who engage in human rights violation do not benefit from their illegal actions.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved. Yes. Maybe you can proceed with the words I so move. Sorry.
I so move, Mr. President.
Yes. There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 2, line 13, under section 3, after the word Filipino, add the word overseas. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, page 2, lines 13 to 14, after the word seafarers, delete the phrase who are engaged, employed, or working in any capacity on board Philippine or foreign registered ocean-going vessels. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendment is approved.
Thus, Section 3, Sub-item A shall now read as follows. A, all Filipino overseas seafarers except those in the following categories of ship.
We take note, Your Honor.
On the same page, page 2, lines 20 to 23, after the words fishing vessels, delete the rest of the paragraph. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 2, after line 23, under sub-item A, add a new paragraph which shall read as follows. Provided that the provisions of Chapter 14 shall not apply to them. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 2, line 24, after the word Filipino, add the word domestic. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
On the same page, page 2, lines 24 to 25, after the word seafarers, delete the rest of the paragraph up to page 3, lines 1 to 2, and replace it with, provided that the Chapter 7, open and close parentheses, terms and conditions of employment applicable to overseas seafarers, and Chapter 12, open and close parentheses, repatriation, shall not apply to them. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendment is approved.
Thus, Section 3, sub-item B, shall now read as follows. B, all Filipino domestic seafarers, provided that Chapter 7, open and close parentheses, terms and conditions of employment applicable to overseas seafarers, and Chapter 12, open and close parentheses, repatriation shall not apply to them.
We take note. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
On page 3, after line 2, still under section 3, add a new sub-item which shall read as follows. Letter C. All Filipino cadets undergoing shipboard training in accordance with Chapter 16 of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
Next, Mr. President, as introduced by Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva on the definition of abandonment, subparagraph 1, page 3, line 7, insert the word or after the semicolon. On the same page 3, line 8, after the word support, insert the phrase, which include adequate food, accommodation, drinking water supplies, essential fuel for survival on board the ship, and necessary medical care. After the word support, line 8 will now read as follows. Number 2, has left the seafarer without the necessary maintenance and support, which shall include but not limited to adequate food, accommodation, drinking water supplies, essential fuel for survival on board the ship, and necessary medical care, or. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection on the motion, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 11, after the word institution, insert the words at least 16 years of age. On the same page on line 12, under section 4, after the word on board, add the article A. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 3, line 12, after the word registered, delete the phrase domestic or international ships and replace with ship covered by this act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 3, after line 13, add a new sub-item which shall read as follows. C. Domestic seafarers refers to a seafarer who has been engaged, employed, or works in any capacity on board a domestic ship. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thereafter, succeeding sub-items shall be adjusted accordingly. On same page, page 3, line 14, replace the word shipping with ship. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 3, lines 14 to 15, after the phrase refers to, delete the phrase the transport of passenger or cargo or both by ships and replace with a ship. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 3, after line 19, insert a new sub-item which shall read as follows. D. Employment contract refers to the written agreement between a domestic seafarer and ship owner in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 14 of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thereafter, succeeding sub-items shall be adjusted accordingly. On the same page, as proposed by Senator Joel Villanueva, delete lines 20 to 21 on the definition of green lane and replace with a new definition as follows. E. Green lane, a controlled travel corridor facilitating in the shortest time possible a safe and swift entry of seafarers with a valid seafarer's identity document and other relevant documents, and if appropriate, exempting seafarers from travel or health-related movement restrictions during public health emergencies when entry is requested for. 1. On boarding the ship to which they are deployed or transferring to another ship. Or 2. Passing in transit to join the ship to which they are deployed in another country or for repatriation. Or 3. Any other legitimate purpose as may be approved by relevant authorities. So, I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 4, line 3, the word industry after the word maritime should not be capitalized. On page 4, line 14, replace the word arrest with arrastre. Finally, as introduced by Senator Joel Villanueva, still on page 4, delete lines 20 to 23 on the definition of maritime labor certificate and replace with the new letter K and insert the letter U between the letter O and R in the word labor as follows. K, maritime labor certificate, refers to the document complemented by a declaration of maritime labor compliance that constitutes a prima facie evidence that the Philippine flagged vessel has been duly inspected and, to the extent so certified, is compliant with the requirements of the MLC 2006, as amended, relating to working and living conditions of the seafarers and of applicable Philippine laws and regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
Page 5. On page 5, line 1, insert the word as between the word acts and the. On the same page, after line 13, insert a new sub-item which shall read as follows. P, overseas seafarers, refers to a seafarer who has been engaged, employed, or working on board in any capacity in a ship or vessel plying international waters, whether Philippine registered or foreign registered. Thereafter, succeeding sub-items shall be adjusted accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 5, lines 14 to 16, delete the entire phrase. Defining ocean-going ships. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 17, on the definition of officer, after the word crew, insert a comma, and after the word master, insert another comma. The provision would now read as O. Officer refers to a member of the crew, comma, other than the master, comma, who has been designated as such by national law regulations, comma, or, comma, in the absence of such designation, comma, by collective agreement or custom. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 5, delete lines 20 to 25 and insert a new definition of one-stop center for seafarers as follows. P, one-stop shop center for seafarers refers to a unit in the one-stop shop center provided under Section 11 of Republic Act number 11641, otherwise known as the Department of Migrant Workers, open and close parenthesis, DMW, Act, that shall handle the specific concerns of seafarers and shall, as far as practicable, located in major crew change ports, specifically in Metro Manila, Pangasinan, Bulacan, Cavite, Batangas, Iloilo, Cebu, Cagayan de Oro City, Davao City, and other areas to be determined by DMW to facilitate easy access to all relevant government clearances and permits, employment documents, validation of job offers, reintegration services, seminars, or training for upskilling or retooling, and all other services, including legal assistance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Page 6. On page 6, delete lines 1 to 3 and replace with a new definition of recognized organizations as follows. Are recognized organizations refer to organizations recognized and authorized by the Department of Labor and Employment, open and close parenthesis, DOLE, as competent, independent, and has the necessary expertise relevant to the MLC 2006 to carry out inspections, require rectification of identified deficiencies in the working and living conditions of seafarers, and issue the appropriate maritime labor certificates on behalf of the DOLE on Philippine flag ships. On the same page 6, lines 4 to 5, after the phrase a seafarer to, delete the point of destination, which shall be. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
In addition, on same page 6, line 9, letter T, after the word containing, insert the phrase at least. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page 6, line 10, after the word employment, add the phrase in accordance with this act. Thus, the provision would now read as T, Standard Employment Contract, open and close parenthesis, SEC, or employment contract refers to a government-prescribed contract containing at least the minimum terms and conditions of employment in accordance with this act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Amendments approved.
On the same page, page 6, line 11, after the word Filipino, insert a comma and add the phrase including cadets. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 6, line 13, after the word for, delete the article the and add s to the word purpose. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 6, line 14, after the phrase seafarer has, delete the phrase been contracted for overseas employment and replace with signed a valid employment contract. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection.
On the same page, page 6, line 15, in the sentence, or add the sentence, in the case of a cadet, one is deemed engaged upon signing of a valid shipboard training agreement. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Thus, the second paragraph of sub-item U on seafarers shall now read as follows. For purpose of this act, a seafarer is deemed engaged as such if the seafarer has signed a valid employment contract but has yet to leave the point of hire. In the case of a cadet, one is deemed engaged upon signing of a valid shipboard training agreement. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 6, line 18, after the word activities, insert a comma, then add the following phrase. Other than one which navigates exclusively in inland water or in water within or closely adjacent to sheltered water, comma, or areas where port regulations apply. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 7, line 13, on section 6, after the word law, add a new paragraph that reads, in the exercise of this right, the exemptions from taxes, duties, and other assessments provided in Article 251 of Presidential Decree Number 442, as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, shall continue to be enjoyed by legitimate labor organizations of seafarers without need to apply for or confirm such exemptions, which may be withdrawn only by a special law expressly repealing these provisions. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Page 9. Page 7 to, ba't nakalagay page 9?
Item 26, I think, is their sponsor. That page 7.
On page...
Item
Thank you,
26.
Mr. President. On page 7, line 16, after the word charges, insert a comma and the phrase other than tuition and other miscellaneous fees. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 21, insert the phrase or maritime education after the word seafaring. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 22, insert the word as after the word such. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
The section will now read, Section 7, right to educational advancement and training at reasonable and affordable cost. Seafarers shall have access to educational advancement and training at reasonable and affordable cost. No fees or charges other than tuition and other miscellaneous fees shall be imposed on cadets, interns, apprentices, on-the-job trainees, or other persons similarly situated. Towards this end, relevant government agencies shall, A, regulate the operation of all educational and training institutions offering courses related to seafaring or maritime education. B, pursue grant programs such as scholarship. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 17, add the letter S on the word condition.
There being no objection,
I so move, Mr.
amendments
President.
approved.
On page 8, line 17, after the phrase subject, 2, insert the word the. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 20, after the word have, insert the phrase on board. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 8, line 28, after the phrase agency concerned, insert the phrase with regard to remedies, mitigation, or repatriation. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 9, line 2, after the word days, insert the phrase from occurrence thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
As introduced by Senate Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros on page 9, line 10, under section 11, after the word stakeholders, add the phrase both on board and in the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 9, line 15, after the word gender, a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute. On item 35, you will no longer pursue that amendment, Your Honor, your sponsor.
Subject to discussion, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so we'll table it first.
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed on item 36.
Yes, Mr. President. On page 9, line 22, after the word on board, delete the word there, and after the word ships, insert the phrase or onshore.
There
I
being
so
no-
move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
Thus, the sentence would now read as, seafarers shall be protected against all forms of harassment and bullying while on board ships or onshore. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 10, delete lines 1 to 3 and replace with the following for clarity. For this purpose, the pre-departure orientation seminar, open and close parenthesis, P2, of seafarers shall include the policies, plans, and accessible procedures to eliminate and address all forms of harassment and bullying on board ships and onshore. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 10, lines 4 to 6, under section 14, after the word seafarers, delete the phrase who are victims of violations of the provisions of this act or whose contracts have been breached, who cannot afford the services of a competent and independent counsel. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 10, line 7, transpose the phrase government's expense to the expense of the government. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 10, line 9, after the word regulations, insert a comma, then add the phrase, in cases of violations of this act or breach of contract, and the seafarer cannot afford the services of a counsel. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 10, line 15, after the word guidelines, insert the phrase provided under this act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 4, after the word from, delete the phrase the following. On the same page in line number, after the word practices, insert a comma and the phrase which shall include but not be limited to the following. Thus, the provision would now read as, women seafarers shall be protected from gender-based discriminatory practices, comma, which shall include, comma, but not limited to, comma, the following. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 5, under section 19, insert a new sub-item which shall read as follows. A, undue regard for the distinctive needs of women and failure to promote their health, security, dignity, and general welfare. Thereafter, succeeding sub-items shall be adjusted accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 13, line 13, after the word seafarers, delete the phrase without a fee end. On the same page, in line number, after the word regulations, insert a new sentence as follows. In no event shall recruitment or placement fees and related costs shall be directly or indirectly levied or collected from the seafarers or their families. On the same page, delete lines 14 to 15 and replace with all practices and mechanisms that tend to prevent qualified seafarers from gaining employment shall also be prohibited. Thus, the provisions now read as follows. Section 26, recruitment and placement. Only duly licensed manning agencies shall be allowed to operate and engage in the recruitment and placement of seafarers. Following existing laws, rules, and regulations, in no event shall recruitment or placement fees and related costs shall be directly or indirectly levied or collected from the seafarers or their families. All practices and mechanisms that tend to prevent qualified seafarers from gaining employment shall also be prohibited. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 14, line 14, under Chapter 7, after the word employment, add the phrase of overseas seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion approved.
On the same page 14, line 16, under Section 28, before the word seafarer, insert the word overseas. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 9, insert a new sub-item which shall read as follows. L, the mandatory process for the determination of the final and binding disability grading to be determined by a Department of Health accredited third doctor who is an expert in the disability of the seafarer in case of conflict between the findings of the company and the seafarer's doctor. Thereafter, succeeding sub-items shall be adjusted accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 16, line 8, after the word containing, insert the phrase at least. Thus, the provision would now read as the DMW shall issue an SEC containing at least the minimum standards for seafarers' employment for ocean-going Philippine or foreign registered ships, which shall be subject to review and regularly updated to ensure its conformity with the MLC 2006 and other existing treaties and conventions governing seafarers, which the Philippines has ratified or will ratify in the future. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 17, line 7, after the word reasonable, insert the word off. Thus, the paragraph would now read as, seafarers shall be entitled to reasonable periods of offshore leaves while the vessel is docked for their health and well-being, subject to proportionate and specifically adopted rules, regulations, and measures of the port state. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection,
On page 17, line 10, after the word is, delete the word already. Thus, the provision would now read as, unless a higher paid annual leave is provided in the employment contract under a CBA or by the ship owner's company practice or policy, the seafarers shall be entitled to a paid annual leave calculated based on a minimum of 4.5 calendar days per month of employment without prejudice to any future increases as may be prescribed by laws, rules, or regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection,
On page 18, line 13, under section 32, the word exchange, add the phrase at the time of remittance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 18, line 16, after the word or, insert the phrase as otherwise. The provision will not read, will now read. Sorry, Mr. President. The provision will now read, unless stipulated in the employment contract or as otherwise provided by law, deduction shall not be allowed without the seafarer's prior written consent. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 22, line 5 of subparagraph B, after the
May I
word
ask for a minute suspension, just a suspension. Please proceed, my dear sponsor. Session suspended first for half a minute.
On page 22, line 12, under section 42, to delete the word COVID-19 and replace it with an infectious disease. I so move, Mr. President.
Which item is this? Item number, sana po tayo?
On
Page,
page 22, line 12, under section 43. Saan ba tayo nag-
Na-skip yata.
Ay, naku,
I'm sorry? Ba't wala sa akin?
saan ba tayo nag-stop?
Page 20.
Oh, baka ikaw may problema.
So item number 54. This is on page 22, line 5 of subparagraph B.
Sorry, Mr. President, page 50, we go back to
Iba yung,
page
iba,
18.
baka iba yung sa akin. Dear Comsec.
Page 22, Mr. President.
We skipped, I think you skipped, Your Honor. Back to 55 yata tayo.
Hindi,
Ano yung
page
last
22,
amendment?
Mr. President.
Anyway, it's okay. It's okay if we say it again. Anyway, it will be corrected by the Secretariat. So please proceed, Your Honor. No problem.
Okay. On page 22, line 5 of subparagraph B, after the word decontamination, delete the phrase disinfection, or subparagraph B will now read
There.
disinfection.
Yes.
Or, I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, letter E, delete lines 12 to 14 and insert a new letter, E,
As follows.
as follows. I so move, Mr. President.
You have to read the,
You have to read.
basahin mo lang po yung letter E, kasi that's your new amendment.
E, seafarers who have contracted COVID-19 or similar diseases of international concern or which causes global health emergency or are otherwise in isolation, precautionary or otherwise, shall be entitled to paid sick leave or sickness benefits as long as they are incapacitated to work, and the expenses for medical care and board and lodging shall be borne by the ship owner. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, delete lines 15 to 18. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, on line 19, at the start of the sentence, add the phrase "in appropriate cases."
You skipped on item 56, infectious disease. Maybe we can go back to number
Yes, skip.
56.
Because it has already been amended on the previous.
They deleted na. So, okay, please proceed, Your Honor, on
Thank you, Mr.
your
President.
previous amendment, proposal.
On the same page, this is introduced by Senator Risa Ontiveros. On same page, 22, line 22, under section 44, delete the word occupational. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On
And
page-
the item 58, I just want to put on record, there is also no objection as well on the amendment of Senator Tulfo on line 19 that start the sentence, add the phrase in appropriate cases.
I
So
so move,
we
Mr.
also approve that. There be no objection. You can proceed with the
60.
item 60. Opo.
Okay, item 60, on page 23, starting on line 23, delete the words "after repatriation" until line 25 before the phrase "for any of the following reasons." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 24, lines 23 to 24, after the phrase "all ships," delete the phrase "of Philippine registry shall establish a grievance machinery and replace with covered by this act are required to have." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 24, line 25, after the word "onshore," delete "procedures" and replace with the phrase "grievance or complaint resolution mechanisms readily accessible and." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 24, lines 25, after the word "seafarer," replace comma with the period, then delete the rest of the paragraph up to page 25, lines 1 to 3. Yes, I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 25, line 8, after the word "reach," add the phrase "at the grievance machinery level must be in writing and duly signed." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 25, line 8, after the word "parties," delete the phrase "at the grievance proceedings" and replace with the article "and." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
Still on the same page, page 25, line 8, insert the phrase "between them" before the period at the end of the sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
On the same page, page 25, lines 14 to 15, delete the phrase "have the option to submit the case to compulsory arbitration or voluntary arbitration or," and replace with the phrase "first avail of the." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 25, line 15, letter B, delete the phrase "compulsory arbitration or voluntary arbitration or," and replace it with "voluntary arbitration or compulsory arbitration absent a settlement or agreement under the." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page 25, line 18, after the phrase "as amended," replace the period with a comma. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page 25, line 19, change to small letters the words "otherwise known." So I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page 25, line 20, add the sentence "thereafter, if the matter remains unresolved, the parties have the option to submit the case either to compulsory or voluntary arbitration under the Labor Code." I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
On page 25, delete lines 21 to 26 or the whole section 50 and replace with the following section. I so move, Mr. President. I to read? Oh, okay.
You may continue with the amendment, then, Mr. Sponsor. So, section 50 amendment.
Section 50, maritime industry labor conciliator, mediators, and arbitrators. The secretaries of DMW and DOLE and heads of relevant government agencies shall establish a pool of trained maritime industry conciliator, mediators, labor arbiters, and accredited maritime industry voluntary arbitrators. They shall handle the mediation, conciliation, or arbitration of all issues relating to the employment of seafarers. They shall have the expertise, appropriate competence, integrity, and knowledge of the Philippine and global Maritime Industry Practices and Standards MLC 2006 and related Philippine ratified conventions and treaties. For this purpose, the DMW National Labor Relations Commission, or NLRC, and the National Conciliation Mediation Board, NCMB, shall form a specialized maritime unit in the respective labor dispute settlement structure, as well as issue the appropriate maritime industry dispute settlement rules of procedure to implement the provisions of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 26, line 1 to 3, delete section 51, judgment on the basis of certification, and replace with a new section 51, which shall read as follows. Section 51, determination of disability grading. When the seafarer suffers work-related injury or illness occurring between the date of commencing duty and the date upon which they are deemed duly repatriated, or arising from their employment between those dates and still requires medical attention upon repatriation, the seafarer must undergo a post-employment medical examinations by a company-designated physician for treatment until the seafarer is declared fit to work or a disability grading is given. A seafarer who disagrees with the company-designated physician's final assessment may seek its reevaluation by a physician of choice who must specialize in the illness or injury. If the seafarer's doctor issues a different disability grading, the seafarer must file within 30 days from receipt of the findings of the seafarer's doctor a written request with the DMW to refer the conflicting medical grading to a third doctor. The third doctor shall be selected from a pool of DOH accredited medical specialists relevant to the injury or illness of the seafarer. Excuse me, Mr. President. Grabe na to.
You want to suspend session for 1 minute, Your Honor? Session suspended.
The third doctor should be duly trained in the determination of maritime disability grading, with all the medical documents considered and issued by the company doctor and seafarer's doctor. The third doctor shall determine the final disability grading of the seafarer, which shall be binding upon the seafarer and the employer. This process shall be mandatory before any dispute settlement, arbitration, proceedings, or case may be filed where the issue is the disability grading of the seafarer's illness or injury. The DMW and DOH shall develop joint guidelines for the implementation of this section, including the selection, training, maintenance, and review of the pool of accredited third doctors. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 28, line 5, under section 56, delete the phrase before or during the process of repatriation and replace with, in cases of epidemic or pandemic as declared by the World Health Organization, the ship owner or manning agency shall be responsible for. So I move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, lines 8 to 9, after the word community, delete the phrase shall be covered by the ship owner or manning agency. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, lines 10 to 11, delete the phrase repatriation, destination, and thereafter medical care and quarantine expenses for repatriation to the point of destination shall be borne by and replaced with the phrase to the point of hire. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, line 11, before the phrase the Philippine government create a new paragraph by inserting the following phrase. Upon arrival at the point of hire up to the seafarer's return to the place of domicile. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, line 14, under section 57, change the title from waiver of entitlement to repatriation to restrictions on waiver. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, lines 14 to 15, delete the phrase entitlement to repatriation may be waived by a seafarer provided that the waiver shall be, and replace it with a waiver of entitlement to repatriation shall be valid only if it is. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, line 16, after the word consequences, delete the semicolon and replace with a period. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, lines 16 to 17, delete the phrase provided. Further, that no such waiver shall be allowed or presumed. Then transpose the rest of the paragraph into a new one by inserting at the end before the period the following phrase, no waiver shall be allowed or presumed. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, page 28, line 23, under section 58, before the word there, insert the phrase. In accordance with section 17 of Republic Act number 11641, otherwise known as the Department of Migrant Workers Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 29, line 2, after the word technology, insert the phrase in accordance with section 17 of Republic Act number 11461, otherwise known as the DMW Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 29, line 4, under chapter 14, change the title from provisions applicable to domestic seafarers to domestic Filipino seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
For chapter 14, from pages 29 to 31, an omnibus amendment by inserting the word domestic before every word seafarer. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 29, lines 6 to 7, under section 59, after the word seafarers, delete the phrase onboard ships engaged in domestic shipping. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 30, line 21, under section 60, delete DMW and replace it with dole. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page 30, under section 61, delete the words maximum and minimum from the section title. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 31, delete lines 22 to 23 or the title, On page 31, delete lines 22 to 23 or the title of the chapter 15 and replace it with manning levels and crew competency requirements. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 32, after line 15, insert a new chapter number and title which shall as Chapter 16, Inspection and Enforcement. Renumber the chapters accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 32, delete lines 17 to 20 and replace with the following. A, the Secretary of DOLE in coordination with the Secretary of DMW and other relevant government agencies shall have the authority over all Philippine registered vessels and shall, I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 32, line 21, after the word with, delete the phrase labor standards and replace with general labor. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On the same page, line 22, after the word health, insert the word standards. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments.
On On the same page, line 22, delete the sentence after the word act until line 25. The provision shall now read as, 1, inspect to ensure compliance with general labor and occupational safety and health standards as provided under this act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 33, line 3, delete the phrase DMW or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 4, delete the word there after the word or and replace with his/her. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 5, before the word PCG, insert Philippine Coast Guard and put open and close parentheses the word PCG.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page and line, delete the phrase detention of the ship immediately and replace with immediate detention of the ship. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 20, delete the phrase DMW or. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 32, line 26, insert new section 70 and 71 to read as follows. Section 70, Maritime Occupational Safety and Health Standards, OSHS, the DOLI, in consultation with the DMW and the maritime industry stakeholders, shall formulate the Maritime Occupational Safety and Health Standards, MOSHS, according to the provisions of Republic Act number 11058, otherwise known as the Occupational Safety and Health Law, and applicable maritime conventions and treaties ratified by the Philippines, and shall ensure compliance with such standards. Section 71, Intergovernmental Coordination and Cooperation Council, IGC-3, on maritime labor and OSHS enforcement. The Secretary of DOLE shall convene a maritime labor and OSH enforcement Intergovernmental Coordination and Cooperation Council, IGC-3, to ensure efficiency, coherence, and coordination with regard the implementation of Republic Act number 11058, otherwise known as the Occupational Safety and Health Law. The IGC-3 shall include the DMW Marina, PCG, BFAR, and other relevant government agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 33, line 28, delete the phrase DMW or to make this consistent with the definition of recognized organization. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 34, line 8, insert a new chapter on Green Lane, which will read as Chapter 16, Green Lane. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 34, starting from line 13, delete all the words after the phrase Green Lane until line 14. Thus, the provision would now read as Section 71, Green Lane for seafarers. When the circumstances warrant, the DMW, Department of Health, DOH, Department of Foreign Affairs, DFA, DOLE, Department of Justice, DOJ, Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG, Department of Transportation, DOTR, and other relevant agencies shall activate a green lane. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection.
On page 34, after line 14, insert new sections 72 and 73 as follows. Section 73, Green Lane Protocols. The DMW and the relevant government agencies shall issue the necessary Green Lane Protocols for seafarers, licensed manning agencies, or shipping principals and their agents. The protocol shall include, but not to be limited to, the following. A, the seafarer, licensed manning agencies or shipping principal or their agents shall ensure compliance with all the embarkation and disembarkation guidelines issued by the DMW and relevant government agencies. B, licensed manning agency or shipping principal or their agents shall be responsible for the following. 1 by 2. Ano tong ganun? A, ensuring that all necessary documents and clearances are complete. 1 na lang. Again, Mr. President.
You want this minute suspension to
1 minute suspension, Mr.
session
President.
suspended?
How about Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you want to start from the beginning, Your Honor?
Yes.
Of a page, of item 105, or where you left off? Which would you
Dito na,
prefer?
Mr. President, sa number 1.
Okay. Letter A?
Roman numeral 1.
Okay, please proceed, Your Honor.
Ensuring that all the necessary documents and clearances are complete, such as letter from the principal, declaration signifying seafarers' knowledge and understanding of risk involved, employment contract, overseas employment certificate, or OFW pass, passport, seafarer identity document, and or seafarer record book, seafarer certificates, medical clearance, and other required pre-departure and travel documents, and submit the same within 24 hours prior to the deadline or intended date of arrival or disembarkation as the case may be. Roman numeral 2, coordinating with the concerned government agencies and local government units. Roman numeral 3, providing for the appropriate medical testing to the seafarers, as well as meals, accommodation, and transportation from the point of hire to intended destinations as conditions require, provided that in the case of inbound and repatriated Filipino seafarers, the cost of the medical testing shall be charged to the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or PHIC. Roman numeral number 4, providing for medical testing to outbound Filipino seafarers as required. Roman numeral number 5, coordinating with the relevant medical facility for the provision of appropriate treatment to seafarers who may test positive of a communicable disease. Roman numeral number 6, providing for emergency medical equipment in the seaport or airport upon arrival or departure of the seafarer, regardless of nationality, in emergency situations. And Roman numeral number 7, providing appropriate briefings to their seafarers about communicable diseases and various precautionary measures and health-related protocols mandated by the Philippine government. C, all seafarers and maritime personnel involved in crew change and repatriation, regardless of nationality, shall observe proper hygiene and health protocols issued by the Philippine government. Section 74, information sharing. Nothing in this act shall prevent any private shipping owner, licensed manning agency, or their agents and all other similar entities from sharing any information to the Philippine government which may deem necessary for the efficient implementation of this chapter or to ensure the health and safety of all seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the amendment's approved.
On page 37, line 2, after Republic Act number 1647, insert the phrase otherwise known as and delete the open and close parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 3, after 10968, insert the phrase otherwise known as the and delete the open and close parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Dear sponsor, which item are we already?
108, Mr.
Item
President.
106 yata hindi nabasa. Parang we
106.
missed 106.
Delete na raw, Mr. President.
Delete na yun.
We skip, Mr. President. We skip.
Skip.
Yes, Mr. President.
So
skip.
we skip item 106.
Item 106, Mr. President, skip.
How about 107 po?
107, Mr. President, we're ready to read, Mr. President.
Okay, please proceed, Your Honor.
On page 37, line 2, after Republic Act number 1647, insert the phrase otherwise known as and delete the open and close parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 3, after 10968, insert the phrase otherwise known as the and delete the open and close parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 39, line 3, under section 8T, add a new sentence which shall read as follows. In accordance with the provisions of Section 51 of this Act, the DOH shall likewise formulate and implement guidelines in coordination with the DMW in the selection, training, maintenance, and review of the pool of accredited third doctors for the disability grading of seafarers' claims. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 39, line 16, after the word inspection, delete the phrase and certification as provided under this Act, and insert a comma and the phrase accreditation and licensing of manning agencies. On the same page and line number after the phrase, to ensure that insert the words rights benefits. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 42, line 9, after the word of, insert the word all. On the same page and line number after the word seafarers, insert the phrase regardless of whether or not they are actively engaged, employed, or working due to expiration of contract, or are transitioning in between contracts or awaiting recall for deployment. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 42, line 17, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The TESDA and the NMP shall offer non-degree courses and programs on maritime education and training, especially to the seafarers who are at the welfare centers and who are not otherwise actively engaged as such, or are in transition in between contract, or are awaiting deployment, to ensure that they keep abreast with the technical and operational changes and other developments in the maritime industry. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 42, line 22, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 82, Transition Assistance or Support Program. The DMW, DOLE, TESDA, OWA, NMP, Marina, and the Social Security System, SSS, shall establish a transition assistance or support program for seafarers who are not actively engaged, employed, or working due to expiration of contract, or are transitioning in between contracts, or are awaiting recall for deployment. The program may include access to the unemployment benefits provided by SSS, TESDA training programs, DOLE livelihood programs, and entrepreneurship training and financing provided by the Department of Trade and Industry, or DTI. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 43, delete lines 9 to 14 because we already included this section under chapter on inspection and enforcement. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 43, line 16, under chapter 19, insert a new section on penalties which shall read as follows. Section 84, penalties. Upon finding of the DMW or DOLE that a person or an entity, whether public or private, has violated any provision of this Act and its implementing rules and regulations, the sanctions under administrative or civil laws or other appropriate laws shall be recommended to the appropriate government agency exercising quasi-judicial or judicial functions. If the violation is committed by a private entity or individual, the person directly responsible for the violation shall be liable to pay damages. Thereafter, succeeding section shall be adjusted accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
And finally, the last. On page 44, line 26, insert a new paragraph which will read as, the DMW shall ensure that the relevant provisions of this Act are applied to seafarers on board foreign registered commercial fishing vessels or vessels fishing in distant waters, those serving as cruise ship personnel or as yacht crew, those stationed on mobile offshore and drilling units in the high seas, and other persons similarly situated. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President.
My dear sponsor, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mabuhay kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you. Kayo din po, Mr. Sponsor. And this is a proud, I think this is a proud day for many seafarers. We would like to thank the sponsor for taking up their cudgels. Mabuhay po kayo, and hopefully we'll approve this within the next couple of days. It will be a legacy for you, my dear sponsor, and I'm sure they will all be appreciative of your hard work in this.
Mr. President, nais ko palang pasalamatan yung mga nandito para suportahan po ako. Yung mga seafarers, nandito po sila. Napakarami nila from Amasop. Of course, yung mga taga-Amasop, sila po ay nangunguna pagdating sa numero ng union para sa mga seafarers. And they've been helping me from day one, itong Amasop, Mr. President. And I would like to recognize their effort. And I would like to salute the Amasop and their members, Mr. President.
Yes.
And then, of course, yung DMW, and then OWA, full force po sila from day one. Lagi po sila nakagabay sa akin at ako po ay tinutulungan nila dito po sa ginawa kong Magna Carta. And of course, lahat ng colleagues ko rito, thank you very much. Hindi ho mangyari ito kung wala pong support ang mga colleagues natin dito, Mr. President, especially Mr. President. Thank you, Mr.
sir.
President.
Thank you po. I'm proud also to be one of the principal sponsors of this measure. Kaya full support po ako sa inyo bilang another principal sponsor and a principal author and sponsor of the measure. But before we move on to other matters, I believe on the same topic, Senator Tolentino is raising his hand.
Yes, Mr. President.
With the indulgence of our hardworking sponsor here, may I be allowed to provide some anterior amendments, just two
amendments.
lines.
If,
Yes.
with the permission of my distinguished sponsor,
Okay.
our distinguished sponsor.
How can I refuse? Of course, Mr. President.
Yes, please,
Senator, pa ho kami nagtatrabaho, Mr. President. Kasama ko si Senator Tulfo.
I know. Please proceed, Your
Yes,
Honor.
just two amendments, probably that would help buttress the almost perfect measure proposed by our good friend here. I'm in full support of this bill. Mr. President, on section 19, page 10, line 28, if I may be allowed to insert a provision.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
This is section 19 on page 10 after line 28. Insert a new section 19 to read as follows. Section 19, right to cast their vote for national election. Seafarers who are registered overseas voters shall not be deprived of their right to vote in any national election. Period, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. 1 minute.
Mr. President, after consulting with the sponsor, I am temporarily withdrawing the proposed amendment. Subject to style, I'll propose another amendment during another period. But, Mr. President, I have another amendment here that perhaps would be simpler to understand. On the same page which I mentioned a while ago, page 12, between lines 11 and 12, insert a new subsection I to read as follows. Section I. To be enlisted with his or her consent as part of the reserve force in the Philippine Navy. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have a problem with that. Kung akong tatanungin personally, gusto ko yan. The problem is, pag nalaman po sa ibang bansa na meron palang reserve Navy doon sa ships na yon, then that person might be in danger or pag-iinitan, so forth and so on. And plus, yung pong mga seafarers natin, marami sa kanila mag-a-apply pagiging seafarer thinking na sila agad ay pasok na agad sa Navy. So that is another problem, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may reply, nakalagay po dito, with his or her consent. So, hindi po ito mandatory. So, right now, even without this, Mr. President, under Commonwealth Act number 1, if I may restate, and under our Constitution, any able-bodied Filipino can be called to serve and be part of the armed forces of the Philippines. So, we're just taking cognizance of the fact that our seafarers are trained able-bodied Filipinos who are adept in naval services. They've been there. Nasa laot na po sila. So, ang sinasabi ko lang po dito, kung ayaw, hindi pwede. Kung gusto, pwede. So, hinighlight lang po natin kasi ito po yung mga nag-aral na. And we have Commonwealth Act number 1, and we have the constitutional provision to serve as the basis for this. So, hinighlight lang po natin. Kung gusto mong, even without this, pwede sila. Kaya lang, hinighlight natin. I don't think any other country would despise our seafarers for being part of a naval reserve if they so want. Kung ayaw, pwede rin. So
Let me get the idea of the good
Yes.
sponsor of the amendment. It is not mandatory.
It is not.
Okay.
Consent is needed. So the exact word is this: to be enlisted with his or her consent, comma, as part of the reserve force in the Philippine Navy.
Could it be reworded to say that they have an option to be part of the reserve force if they so wish? Parang ganun. Para hindi naman ma-misunderstood na agad-agad members sila na.
No, Mr. President, I might be misinterpreted here. To be enlisted optionally.
Yes, exactly what my point is. It might be misinterpreted.
Yes.
That if they are seafarers, they are now automatic members of the reserve force.
No, Mr. President. And the transcripts of these proceedings, I don't know why the DMW will be objecting to this.
Anyway, may I make a suggestion to my dear colleague? We'll still wait for a clean
Yes.
copy. Maybe we can discuss that tomorrow with the right wordings that is agreed upon by the DMW.
Mr.
Mr.
President,
President, my objection is this.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why the DMW, patriotic officials of this land, would oppose a patriotic move. Likewise, it has nothing to do with DMW. They have nothing to do with anything that would. They don't have a monopoly of love of country, Mr. President. Hindi
Mr.
po ito.
President,
Hindi po
May
ito.
we recognize the sponsor? Mr. Sponsor, yes,
President,
please proceed.
I can see where he's coming from, Mr. President, and he has a point. Personally, ako lang po, with all my heart, with all my soul, nakikita ko po yung point niya, and I tend to agree. But, ito po yung reason ko dyan. It's a sensitive issue. Halimbawa, naging personal choice ng seafarer na i-accept yung option na yon na siya ay maging enlisted man sa Navy. Paano po yung ibang flagship na ayaw po nila na magkaroon ng enlisted personnel? Whether that is active or reserve. Isipin po ng mga ibang bansa na kung saan dadaong po yung barko na yon, na meron palang Filipino seafarer dyan na sa military na baka espiya yan. And paano kung nadaong po yan sa China o sa ibang bansa na hindi po natin kaibigan? So pag-iisipan po yung seafarer na yon, babantayan, susundan-sundan. Pag nagdaong, na baka sasabihin, baka espiya yan. Kasi nga, reserve, Navy or naval officer. Siyempre, Mr. President, that has to be declared. Malalaman po yan.
I get the point of the good sponsor, Mr. President, but come to think of it, we have Filipino pilots commanding United Airlines, Korean Airlines, Cathay Pacific, who are reserve officers of the Philippine Air Force Reserve. Marami po tayong mga piloto ngayon ng international airlines, Mr. President, na dati pong mga opisyales ng Philippine Air Force, and as former officers of the Philippine Air Force, they're part of the Air Force Reserve. And yet, they are the highly respected and highly paid pilots coming from United, Northwest, servicing even Korean Airlines, and who knows, even Cathay Pacific. Napakarami po akong alam na galing dati ng Philippine Air Force na nag-resign na, at sila po ang pilots in command ng iba't ibang international aircraft. Hindi naman po sila inaayawan ng mga international airline companies, at sila po ay ginagalang at dala-dala po nila ang katanyagan na sila po ay dating officers ng Philippine Air Force na nag-resign na, at sa kanilang pag-resign, dahil malalaki ang offer sa kanila, ay sila po ang mga piloto in command ng ating, at pinagmamalaki po natin sila na sila po ay Philippine Air Force Reserves na nagpapalipad ng international planes. Hindi po sila inaayawan, wala pong natatakot sa kanila, at sila po ay tanggap na tanggap pa dahil sa high quality ng kanilang serbisyo bilang piloto, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, yeah, again, I see where you're coming from. I give you an example. I have two relatives who are pilots now. I'm not going to mention the name of the airlines, pero bago siya naging piloto, naging ano po muna siya, kawani ng Air Force. So it's given in its natural na karamihan sa mga pilot natin ngayon sa iba't ibang airlines, sila ay either member ng Philippine Navy or Philippine Air Force na natuto sa Philippine Air Force paano magpalipad ng eroplano, at alam po yan ng lahat ng bansa na kung saan nagkakaroon ng destination yung ating mga airlines. So given sa kanila yon. Pero yung para sa mga seafarers na magiging reserve officers.
Optional po, Mr. President.
Yeah, kaya lang sinasabi ko, Mr. President, halimbawa
we'll allow the sponsor to continue.
halimbawa nga po, tinanggap ng seafarer, kinuha niyang option na yon. Yes, I would like to be a reserve officer of the US at the Philippine Navy. Halimbawa na tinanggap niya, say meron tumanggap niya ng isa. Then markado na po yung seafarer na yon pag pumunta siya sa ibang bansa, especially kung nadaong siya sa China, malalaman nung Chinese government na meron palang isa dyan na Filipino seafarer na miyembro ng militar, reserve officer ng Philippine Navy, na pwedeng pag-initan yan, Mr. President, lalo pa doon sa mga bansa na hindi naman sang-ayon sa atin sa batas natin o hindi natin kaibigan, na pwedeng pag-initan po yung seafarer at pag-iisipan na baka siya espiya.
Mr. President, if I may ask, all the graduates of the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy are members of the Philippine Navy Reserve. And yet, these are our highly trained seafarers, seamen officers who are well placed in international vessels, whether Liberian, Panamanian, or other vessels. Yung mga graduate po ng PMMA natin, mga officers po ng ROTC yun. Naval Reserve po lahat sila. Ibig sabihin, lahat po yun hindi na-qualified.
Just for my information, di ba included sa seafarers yung, let's say, working in cruise ships, their chefs, waiters, entertainers? Hindi naman siguro kailangan na maging reserve force yun kung ayaw talaga nila.
And if I may, Mr. President,
Yes, the majority leader.
If I may, with the indulgence of my two colleagues. First, Mr. President, and to our distinguished colleagues, if I can appeal to both of our colleagues to ladies on the table for the meantime, because anyway, we are all waiting for the clean copy, Mr. President. That's number one. That's my appeal, Mr. President. Number two, Mr. President, let me also point out, and I think it's a very good thing to note that there is RA 7077, otherwise known as Citizen Armed Forces of the Philippines Reservist Act, which provides that employees who are called to active military training shall not be separated from her employment and shall not be considered as having forfeited his or her seniority right. So I think it's also a good way, Mr. President, to look into this and perhaps just give one more day, Mr. President, considering that we are all waiting for the clean copy, if I may appeal again, Mr. President, to our two colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
And if I may add, Mr. President, kasi yung mismong presidente po ng Union ng AMASOP, and AMASOP has 100-something thousand members. Sila po mismo nagsasabi, hindi po nila gusto yon. Even they are opposed to it, Mr. President. Sige, Mr. President, pwede naman siguro pag-usapan yon.
Yeah, pag-usapan natin. Let's give it one day. Let's sleep over
Yes.
it
So maybe-
and study it. And maybe there could be a wording that is
Which
more
would be
acceptable and digestible.
Mr. President, to reiterate, my two amendments would be focused on two items. One, do not deprive our seafarers the right to vote. Yung po ay nasa saligang batas. Dapat po sila makaboto. Kahit nasaan sila. Kahit nasa Madagascar sila. Kahit nasa Rotterdam sila. Ang dami pong seafarers na hindi nakakaboto. Yun po yung unang proposal ko. Pangalawa, ang atin pong seafarers ay ginagalang at minamahal. Alam ko pong minamahal nila ang ating bansa. Kaya bigyan din sila ng opsyon na paglingkuran ang ating bansa sa ibang kapasidad na sila ay makakatulong. Yan po ay nasa saligang batas din. So yun lamang po, Mr. President, I agree with the majority leader. Give it a day or two. Pag-isipan, yung akin lang po ay para sa kanilang dalawang karapatan na nakasaad sa ating saligang batas. Maraming salamat po sa exchanges na ito, Senator Tulfo.
Mr. President, sige po, pag-usapan po namin, DMW, mga seafarers, mga presidente ng Union ng mga seafarers, OWA, all stakeholders, we're gonna talk about it, and maybe we can come up with the wording style na para mapagbigyan natin, ma-accommodate natin yung sinasabi po ni Senator Tolentino, Mr. President.
Legislation is the art of compromise.
Yes, Mr.
So we can
President.
come up with a compromise that will satisfy the agenda of both gentlemen.
The reason, Mr. President, kanina, nung unang nag-usap kami, Mr. President, nung days and days before this, and I told him, yes, oo nga pala, that's a good idea. If the good senator remembered, sumang-ayon po ako sa kanya. Then I consulted other stakeholders. I consulted the MW, and I told them, I consulted the union leaders and the seafarers themselves, and I told them about it, and they said, medyo mahirap yan, Sen.
I think on the
Kaya nga, I
elections,
understand.
Your Honor, I think on the elections, we can come up with a general idea, like asking the
Mr.
DFA to come up with a mechanism.
Yes, Mr. President.
Parang ganun. The DFA should come up with a
And DFA and
mechanism.
COMELEC, Mr.
And
President.
COMELEC, yes.
Because DMW is not well-versed in electoral matters.
Yes, the DFA and COMELEC would come up with a mechanism. So some sort of compromise legislation. But yes, we thank the good majority floor leader for the suggestion that we think it over tonight, and
Yes, Mr.
we can
President.
discuss this again tomorrow.
Okay, Mr.
But there's been significant amendments done already. We'd like to thank the sponsor for reading almost 39 pages of amendments, incorporating a lot of our colleagues' requests. And we'd like to also recognize our deputy minority floor leader. She's raising her hands.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just to make of record that, as the majority leader said, I'm one of the members of the chamber awaiting the clean copy of this bill, of a landmark law. And I reserve to propose amendments to the good sponsor tomorrow. Salamat kayo, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Madam. So with that, do we suspend the majority leader?
Yes,
The
Mr.
consideration?
President, but before I do that, may I just manifest the intention of our dear colleague Senator Nancy Binay to be made co-author of Senate Bill number 2221.
Yes, we take note of that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that,
Do we have any reference of business or
Mr.
approval of
President, I'm
journal?
about to do that, Mr. President, but
Yes, sir.
before we do that, may we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 25th session, Wednesday, September 20, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Please proceed, my dear Secretary, for the reference of business.
Message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 18 September 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 4641, an act declaring the city of General Santos as the tuna capital of the Philippines.
Referred to Committees on Agriculture and Agrarian Reform.
House Bill number 6933, an act declaring the province of Pampanga as the Christmas capital of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill number 9015, an act institutionalizing the expanded tertiary education, equivalency and accreditation program and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance.
House Bill number 9045, an act providing the Muslim Filipinos better access to Sharia courts, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009.
To the Committees on Cultural Communities, Muslim Affairs, Civil Service, and Finance.
House Bill number 5659, an act establishing LTO district in the municipality of San Miguel, in the 2nd District, province of Iloilo. House Bill number 5911, an act converting the Sindagan Extension LTO office located in the municipality of Sindagan, province of Zamboanga del Norte. House Bill number 9047, an act converting the LTO Extension office in the municipality of Catanawan, province of Quezon, into district office. House Bill number 9048, an act upgrading the LTO district office in the city of Digos, province of Davao del Sur, from Class D to Class C. And House Bill number 9049, an act converting LTO district in the municipality of Rosales, province of Pangasinan.
To the Committee on Public Services and Finance.
House Bill number 9016, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority in the municipality of Gomaca, province of Quezon. House Bill number 9018, an act establishing TESDA in the municipality of Labazon, province of Zamboanga del Norte. House Bill number 9019, an act modernizing and converting the Kabugao School of Handicraft and Cottages Industries in the municipality of Bato, province of Catanduanes, into a polytechnic institute to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill number 9037, an act establishing TESDA in the municipality of Don Carlos, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
House Bill number 8608, an act declaring the Verde Island Passage located in the province of Batangas, Marinduque, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, and Romblon, an ecotourism zone.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Finance.
House Bill number 8970, an act increasing the bed capacity of Kong Simeon Toribio Memorial Hospital in the municipality of Carmen, province of Bohol, from 40 to 75 beds and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committees on Health and Demography and Finance. There's an additional reference to business. Please proceed, ma'am.
Messages of the President of the Philippines, letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., dated 20 September 2023, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of House Bill 8980, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter of His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. dated 20 September 2023, certifying to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill 2432, an act defining the crimes of agricultural economic sabotage, providing penalties therefore, creating the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council, repealing Republic Act Number 10845, or the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016, and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill Number 2447, an act defining the rights and fundamental freedoms of human rights defenders, declaring state responsibilities, and instituting effective mechanism for the protection and promotion of these rights and freedoms.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Senate Bill Number 2448, an act amending Presidential Decree Number 1341, otherwise known as the Charter of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To Committees on Higher Technical Vocational Education, Ways and Means of Finance.
Resolutions. PS Resolution Number 808, Resolution honoring and commending the Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos of 2023, introduced by Senator Villanueva.
Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 809, Resolution extending profound condolences for the demise of a distinguished public servant, Honorable Bayani Fernando of Marikina, and highlighting his exemplary career achievements and contribution to the national renewal, introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 810, Resolution congratulating and commending Catherine Bernardo for being named Outstanding Asian Star at Seoul International Drama Awards 2023, introduced by Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules. There is a second additional reference of business. Please proceed.
Committee reports. Committee Report Number 137, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Local Government and Finance on Senate Bill Number 2449, with Senators Revilla Jr., De La Rosa, Ejercito, and Zubiri as authors thereof, an act providing for organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, as amended, and Republic Act Number 8551, otherwise known as the Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act of 1998, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill Numbers 1505, 1905, 1965, and 1977, taking into consideration House Bill Number 8327, sponsor Senator De La Rosa.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 138, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Economic Affairs upon the recommendation of its subcommittee on PENCAS laws and blue economy, environment, natural resources, and climate change, and finance on Senate Bill Number 2450, with Senators Legarda, Estrada, Villanueva, Revilla Jr., and Poe as authors thereof. An act establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal marine ecosystems and resources, recommending its approval and substitution of Senate Bill Numbers 1993 and 2377, taking into consideration PS Resolution Number 81, sponsor Senator Legarda.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 138 on Senate Bill Number 2450. This pertains to the Blue Economy Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill Number 2450 under Committee Report Number 138.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources.
Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, may we recognize our Senate President pro tempore, the Tita Ganda of the Senate, Senator Loren Legarda, the chairperson of the Subcommittee on Blue Economy under the Committee on Economic Affairs, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, no other than Senator Loren Legarda, is recognized to deliver her sponsorship speech of the said measure. Your Honor, you are recognized, ma'am. duly escorted by the Majority Leader and the Chairman of the Committee of Finance.
I thank the gentlemen for their kind introduction and being so, yes,
So attentive to you.
so attentive. Because the Majority Leader is also an author of this very important measure, Mr. President. And thank you to the Chairman of the Committee on Finance. I am sure that when passed into law, he'll be supportive and will provide resources for the agencies of government. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, today I stand before you to shed light on a matter of utmost importance, a matter that transcends borders and touches the very essence of our sustainable future, the blue economy. On December 22, 2015, the United Nations General Assembly recognized the urgent need to protect and harness the potential of our oceans and marine resources to drive sustainable development as encapsulated in Sustainable Development Goal 14. This resolution set in motion a remarkable journey, one that we are now ready to champion. In 2016, an advisory group was assembled and it established 7 subsidiary preparatory working groups, each dedicated to specific targets within SDG 14. Among these, informal preparatory working group 6 was tasked to explore SDG target 14.7, focusing on the concept of blue growth and the potential for small island developing states, coastal least developed countries to reap economic benefits from their marine resources. In 2017, the World Bank unveiled a groundbreaking report, The Potential of the Blue Economy, highlighting the abundant opportunities lying dormant in the coastal and oceanic realms of nations that are yet to harness them fully. These untapped resources, such as natural gas and the Philippine rice, a 13 million hectare underwater plateau, have the power to transform economies and lives. Consider the staggering biodiversity found within the Philippines, nestled in the heart of the Coral Triangle. It boasts of marine shorefish biodiversity that is unrivaled, offering not only tangible stocks of marine resources, but also the invaluable regulating services that support coastal states outside or around the Philippines. Yet amid this natural bounty, we find a stark reality. A significant portion of our population, 60%, calls the coast home, with fisherfolk representing the second highest poverty-stricken sector. This imbalance cries out for rectification. The blue economy, simply put, embodies the sustainable utilization of oceanic resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, and the health of our ocean ecosystems. It embodies our commitment to conserve, protect, and prosper in harmony with our marine environment. The Blue Economy Bill, a priority in the LEDAC agenda, is our solution to this pressing issue. It aims to rewrite the narrative for coastal and marine resources, elevating their status in our development plans and ensuring that they contribute to our national economy and the realization of SDG 14. I am proud to report that the agencies consulted during the crafting of this committee report are resolutely behind this effort. Entitled An Act Establishing a Framework for Blue Economy, this bill unites our government in its pursuit of SDG 14. It encompasses all maritime zones, their seabeds and subsoils, and obliges us to act in accordance with international law. So, in essence, this bill proposes the formation of a Blue Economy Council chaired by the Executive Secretary, co-chaired by the Environment Secretary, and the Secretary of National Economic and Development Authority. This council will marshal the collective strength of various departments and agencies, creating a comprehensive policy framework and strategic plan within 6 months. It will address environmental, economic accounting, ecosystem services, marine spatial planning, industry development, and investment plans. This bill encourages investment agencies to establish blue economic zones, while the Securities and Exchange Commission promotes blue bonds for financing projects that safeguard our ocean health and contribute to SDGs 6 and 14. In brief, this bill is a transformative step towards recognizing and maximizing the potential of our coastal and marine environments. It will bring them to the forefront of our development planning and investments, ensuring their enduring benefit. With its passage, we will no longer overlook the wealth that lies beyond our shores, an area that constitutes over 7 times our landmass. Our economy and priorities will align with this reality. For these compelling reasons and more, I urge our colleagues to support and expedite the passage of this bill. I am certain that the chair of the SDG committee would want to co-sponsor this tomorrow and will help me defend this measure as tomorrow is the operative word. Yes, so thank you. And I thank the chair of the Economic Affairs Committee, Senator Poe, for allowing me to create the subcommittee, thereby this report. So Senator Poe, Senator Risa Ontiveros, I believe, is also a co-author, and Senator Pia Cayetano, the SDG committee chair. Thank you, my esteemed lady colleagues, for your support this measure, and of course, the majority leader is also an author. Let us all unite to secure our marine wealth, making it not just visible, but an integral part of our flourishing future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, a distinguished colleague. Thank you very much for the sponsorship of this
Mr.
very
President,
important mission.
may I just be allowed to insert into the records my co-sponsorship speech together with Senators Jinggoy Estrada and Rafi Tulfo, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we approve the motion of the majority.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just a very brief manifestation. Although the good sponsor has already kindly mentioned this representation as one of their co-authors, just to make of record, again, paulit-ulit, no, how appreciative I am of her efforts to continue leading our chamber in setting up a policy framework for and actually based on our natural environment. And with this latest initiative on the blue economy, really seeking to bring together like a web of legislation, both the ecology or the knowledge of life and the economy or the management of life. So a web of legislation for our web of life here in our archipelago. So salamat sa ating Senate President Pro Tempore. Mabuhay po. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2450 under Committee Report number 138. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527 entitled Public-Private Partnership Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, the following members are hereby designated as the conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527. They are Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito's chairperson, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, and on the part of the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros is raising her hand.
Salamat, Mr. President, but just for the information of the body, to my knowledge, it is the minority leader.
Okay.
Who will
Requested to be
represent
part
the
of that.
minority in the bicameral conference.
Yes,
Committee
if that's the wish of
hearing.
Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you.
We'll
Salamat.
elect the-
Can I
Mr.
just say, Mr.
President?
President, alternate? So whoever is the representative of the minority, so we can put
It has
in...
to be elected. They have
Yeah,
to be
be
elected.
elected, Mr. President.
So we have to mention it today.
Yes,
So if
Mr.
it's the
President.
minority leader, we have to mention his name.
Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes.
And as alternate, Mr. President, conferees, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Yes, if there's no objection from the body.
Yes, Mr.
we'll do
President.
that. But
Salamat
not
kaayo, Mr.
together.
President.
It has
Not
to be an
together,
alternate.
Mr. President,
Yes.
not together.
All right.
Salamat
So
kayo,
move,
Mr.
Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion's approved.
And
Thank you, Mr.
minority,
President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2001 and House Bill number 6510 entitled New Philippine Passport Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The following members are designated to the conferees. They are Senator Amy Marcos as chairperson, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Francis Tolentino, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III on the part of the minority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2028 and House Bill number 7535 pertaining to the bills recognizing the octogenarians, nonagenarians, and centenarians. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the following members are hereby designated as the conferees. Senator Amy Marcos as chairperson, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., Senator Wing Gatchalian, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1846 and House Bill number 4 pertaining to the bills on Internet Transactions Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The following members are designated as Senate conferees to the BICAM Committee. Senator Mark Villar as chairperson, Senator Wing Gatchalian, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and Senator Risa Ontiveros on the part of the minority.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2224 and House Bill number 4125 pertaining to the bills on ease of paying taxes. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the following members are designated as Senate conferees to the BICAM Conference Committee. Senator Wing Gatchalian as chairperson, Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
How many BICAM committees will Senator Gatchalian be leading this week? 3? 2.
Together with Senator Angara, Mr. President.
3?
As many days daw, boss.
Yes.
In the days of the week.
Kaya
Mr. President,
ni Senator Gatchalian.
at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, September 26, 2023.
There be no objection to the motion. Session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, September 26, 2023. Have a good and safe evening, everyone.